Plugged in but muted. There we go. All right. Lights. Up. There. All right, all right, all right. Guess we're ready to go. Just kind of like sitting around, like, what am I gonna do? What am I doing? So I might as well stream. Got some minor stuff to be doing with this sim setup, and then I think we're ready to go with it. I can game with it on Saturday. We'll figure out what we're doing on Friday. Hopefully burn the subs, but you know how it goes. I found some stuff. I'm going through storage stuff, things that were in storage for a long time, including a valve cover for my VW that we powder coated. It did like a weird 90s, sort of early 2000s tribal art on. It looks like a Zerg unit, a flying Zerg unit. A buddy of mine will remember this if he drops by the stream today. And then I found my old fire cannon. It's this thing. I bought a cool water distribution manifold, and then I put aeronautical fittings on it, and then I had paintball tanks on all the little prongs of this spidery looking thing. So it looked more like a machine than it did a fire cannon, because typically fire cannons will be a big propane tank, and then of course the largest manifold, the largest solenoid that we could possibly source, so that we had maximum flow out of this thing. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Pretty wild. On the end of that goes a long copper pipe with a pilot light, which I have. It's sitting over in the corner somewhere. But yeah, it's a little bit heavy for its purposes. Basically what I wanted to do is break up the look of the expansion tank, because with a fire cannon setup, what you have is propane, regulator, expansion tank, valve, pipe, and then you can do another line from the tank that is super restricted. That's your pilot light. And then when you set off the valve, everything in the expansion tank, poof, straight up out of the pipe, makes a nice big poof of fire. I'm a wreck today. I kind of like woke up in a weird state. I don't feel tired, but I'm just kind of like weird. It's like a different kind of tired. I don't know what the deal is. A different kind of tired. Probably means that I just need to like fucking get a good night's sleep, you know? Probably just means that. So I've been 3D printing yesterday. A couple things here. I think my temperature settings are all stupid. I need to work on that a little bit. Temperature. My temperature settings. Temperature. Gotta say the words. What are we doing today? Almost an engineer's here early enough to be on the initial roll of chat. I don't have a very active chat. Maybe I need this thing to like fade out. I don't know how to make it do that. Because I think it's probably a little intimidating for some people. Oh yeah, we're still logging levels. I guess I'll just leave that up. That's whatever. You guys can get an insight into my glucose level. I'll turn that off eventually. Oh, you know, one thing I forgot to print on this is the little... Oh no, this doesn't have it. Never mind. I was thinking of having like a little, like, I don't know, what do you call that? Like a little inset place where it snaps. This will snap into the sort of collar that I put on, but picked up my phone and the notification came through. Can't even remember what I picked up my phone for. Ah, I see. I see. My standoff, my support material settings are all jacked up, and I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't know why they're all jacked up. This one was printed with 100% infill and the same support settings. I tried to print a couple of these with not 100% infill, and they almost immediately broke. So it needs 100% infill. Great. So these are 100% infill. And for some reason, the support material is really sticking. I'm gonna have to do some like filing work in order to get it off with the new insert that has, or the new whatever it is, coupling that has a taper here, so that this thing can, you know, pivot all the way and it doesn't break itself again. But like, I can't get the support off. It's ridiculous. Then of course I tried to print this stuff with my normal temperature settings, the space gray, and either moisture got into the print, or into the filament, or my temperature settings are weird. Because like, look what's happening with the print. Compared to what I got with whatever this setting was. I'll brighten that up in just a second. That's what it used to be like. There's like a little bit of pocketing. Look at that. What is happening with this filament? It could be just temperature dependent, but like, here's that that was the good print. This was done at the same temperature. It's literally the same file. So what is happening there? I mean, this stuff sucks. I don't know what's going on there. That may have something to do with 100% infill, maybe too much heat. Too much heat at 100% infill, and it's kind of like collapsing a little bit. It does that over here, but it looks like when it does that, it's moving fast enough that it's not making all that pitting. I don't know what this stuff is. I had a tuna fish sandwich for lunch, and it's not settling. I had half of it. Half of a tuna fish sandwich. That's these two right here. I don't know what's up with the temperature settings. Also, looky what I found. Nicey nice. Yes, this'll be good. I found a Vicor power supply in my storage stuff. And this is 24 volts, 12 amps. 12.5 amps at 24 volts. I'm considering if I want to burn the subs off of this little motherfucker right here. This thing's pretty good. It's not the 35 that we have for the other power supply, but 24 is enough to power things. And this is a pretty substantial power supply right here. Problem is, it's a weird form factor. This one right here, that's got rust on it. This one's been in storage for 1 billion years as well. 15 volts at 3 amps. Wait, it's got less amps if... Oh, no, wait. 10 amps. 50 volts, 10 amps. This is 15, though. What do you do with 15 volts? 15 volts is like audio stuff, right? I believe so. What is that a division of? 15? I mean, half of your 30-volt power supply, or... well, 3, 6, 9, 12... 15. That's 3 volts above 12. I guess it's an increment of 3s in voltage terms. Weird stuff. I found some weird stuff in storage. Not a lot of people around today. I'm here like a couple minutes early. A tuna jacket potato. Wait, what is that? A tuna jacket? Wait, is that like a brand? Is that a brand of potato? I'm confused. I'm confused and scared. I need an adult. Tuna jacket potato. Is it like a potato that's got a cool jacket on? What's up, Brown like cinnamon? What the hell is that fucking emote? Jesus Christ. It's like a violent... That's like a... that emote is assaulting me. Stinky. It's just somebody got stinky on Twitch and they decided to use it for their oral fixation. Most of the emotes that I'm seeing, at least from just the little about page, is just like, they're just mouths. Ugh. It's a jacket potato with tuna mayo. I'm putting hyphens in your... I'm putting hyphens in what you just typed, engineer. I'm putting all these hyphens that shouldn't be there. Like, jacket potato is one thing. Tuna mayo is another. I don't know what it is. What's a jacket potato? I've never heard of that before. Consider yourself assaulted. Yeah, really. It's all mouths with this person. This is weird. I like looking at other people's emotes. I like seeing what's out there on Twitch. Yeah, I can't subscribe to them all. The support material on this thing I think needs to be drilled out because I don't know if I'm going to be able to pop it out. I don't think this will pop out. Typically with something like this, I have a hole in there that the threads of the force sensor are supposed to interface with. So I can stick like a pole in there and then pop them all out, you know, to pop out the support material. But I don't think the support material is playing nice anymore. I think it's I don't think it's playing nice. For some reason, my support material is like gluing itself to the print these days, and I don't know what changed. Well, what changed is my entire computer, I guess. Yeah, post a recipe. I want to see what do you mean by is it just a particular type of potato? And why is there potato and tuna? I guess what, you know, like the Omni salad. All these mayo and other stuff. Doesn't that come from Germany and they just kind of do whatever? I remember there was an internet video about some awful, terrible like salad recipe where it's just put mayo and stuff. Here's a bowl of stuff. I'm just gonna put mayo in it, and now it's a salad. Tuna and sweet corn jacket potato. Okay, so by jacket potato, you just mean like a baked potato, just like a normal baked potato. 4 baking potatoes. All right, I already like the amount of ingredients that go into this thing. A teaspoon of olive oil for 4 baking potatoes, 4 radishes, 100 grams butterhead salad. So light mayo. Oh, really? Why light mayonnaise is just a crutch? It's terrible. If you're going mayo, you go full mayo. Creamed horseradish. So mayo, horseradish, tuna, onion, spring onion, sweet corn, cheddar, chili. Oh, red chili pepper. Okay. Dill and lemon. That's good. That sounds good. That sounds really good. Yeah, jacket potatoes as opposed to just like what we call, I guess, baked potatoes. Never heard of that referred to that way. But yeah, sounds good. A lot of food. I cheat and get pre-baked potatoes, and it's always Hellman's original. I dislike the taste of other mayonnaises, I'll have to admit. I don't understand what makes people even fall so far as to consider Miracle Whip anything but a gooey plastic. I found my Baofeng radio. Can't you hack these things? Isn't there a way to hack the Baofeng? I don't know where the clip went for it. We moved to Baofengs for the festivals right before I stopped going to them. A pretty nice little radio. It was very cheap. It was like $35 or something. It's like a nice radio if you're like running comms. I don't think I'm gonna receive anything here. We're in a freaking this area is like an RF black hole. There's like nothing. This is where radio signals, I would say, come to die, but there aren't any radio signals here. So they don't even come here to die. This thing has been sitting in storage for like 6 years. Still looks perfectly fine. Shocked, actually. It's one of the only things that doesn't have mold and dust on it. So I'll have to think about what I want to refurbish on this thing. If this is even a viable radio. Little handheld radios have come a long way in the past couple of years. They just have so many features now. Just standard. Need a license for one of these? You got a license? Yeah. This is probably, I think this is consumer band, but if I do anything with it, like modify the frequencies, I technically need a license in order to run it for the amount of power that it probably puts out. I've seen all kinds of shenanigans with these fucking radios, though. Not necessarily this specific one, but I've seen people buy like an amplifier. It's like a two-way amplifier, and you give it like a bunch of volts, and you just put the RF directly into it, and you can make it into like a super powerful radio. We don't have a lot of flat surfaces around here, though, so there's no point in doing stuff like that. Overseas, they sell phones that are like wireless, like home phones. And what people will do is they'll buy this really powerful base station, and then they have the wireless home phone, and they can go all the way to like the market and still use this home phone as a wireless phone. It's crazy. The license for CB in Gaba, it's essentially free, but you need to take a test to get it. Training costs money. Yeah, I don't think CB, I don't know if that's licensed here. CB radios are consumer, so they're not. But if I were to go into ham, I would need to take a test. And I looked at the test material, and I decided that I didn't really want to study. It's not difficult, but it's just work, you know? So I decided I didn't want to do it, and I never got the license. The FCC works in weird ways around here, because what they'll do is they'll have like bands that are regulated, and they'll regulate them very strictly for a very short amount of time. So if any shenanigans are going on the new channel, they'll come down on you like a ton of bricks. But then after that, it's just kind of left alone unless there's an overarching issue. Because they can't, you know, you can't regulate that kind of stuff completely. But if there's enough to get them to come out and actually address some kind of like an abuse of radio bands, then it's a big deal. They get angry if you wake up the sleeping bear. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this thing. It's not particularly space saving, and it's a weird form factor for burn the subs. It's cool looking, which is, you know, a major criteria. That's a major burn the subs criteria. Cool looking. The rule of cool. It could go behind stuff, I guess. Burn the subs is mostly vertical on my wall. This thing's kind of heavy too. A big heatsink. No fans. That's nice. We already do have a power supply for burn the subs. It's perfectly fine. This one's cool though. This one's cool. I went on eBay and I bought a bunch of Vicor modules for the computer project. I don't know when they're gonna get in. I made sure to buy them from America because Vicor is an American company. I don't know. It just seems a little pointless to have Vicor send the module out to Shenzhen and then have Shenzhen send the module back to me when the total displacement is about 2 American states in the Northeast. So yeah, this is a Vicor, so it's a flat pack. Yeah, different than Meanwell. It's not a what do you call it? A DIN rail form factor. I guess you could probably buy a DIN rail attachment that goes on the back or something if you're putting this in a controls cabinet. But this stuff is like pretty nice. Like this thing will run in the desert for like years. This thing will run in harsh environments. And with a variety of terrible power supplies. This is all stuff from storage. So we're looking at 100 to 120, 36. Oh, sorry, 3.6 amps. 7 amps out of 120. 24 volts, 12.5 amps. Researchers love these things because they produce very clean power. They're very clean power out of the other side. Really nice for running like lasers and stuff too. Ain't cheap, yeah. These things aren't cheap. How fish-eyed are we? I think we're good. We'll see how long I last today. I was sick on Tuesday, and yet I streamed. Oh, hey, it's in. Can you tell it's in English? It's an American company. They did things in inches because it lines up to the squares on my table here. I hate it. I wish it was metric. I bet the screws are English too. They should be metric. My glucose level's not cooperating. I'm not used to this look because it spreads out the levels a lot and they look more chaotic than they actually are. Yeah, see, this is what I want to see. This is what I see here. It doesn't look right. It doesn't really look right up here. What I want to see is this trend. That little lump right there. I can turn my phone on its side, and then I think the display is a little bit more clear. And then I think the high and the low levels on the website haven't been put in properly. Yeah, Imperial for building a home, metric for building a bridge. I guess if home stuff was metric, I'd be okay with it. Like if we had successfully changed over to metric in the 70s, that would have been nice, right? Would have been less of a national like piñata in terms of like ribbing from other countries. It gets really tiresome to have all these people bring up the same crap over and over and over again. Haha, America, you guys don't use our super duper units that we made up. I don't know, whatever. I would like to be more used to metric in terms of like estimation of distances and stuff, but I'm just not tuned to it. I want to use this for burn the subs. I think it's the nicest power supply that I have. What are those? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15? Outsense, sense, trim, minus sense. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I wanted to send wires all the way down to wherever this thing is supplying power to, then it'll make sure that that power gets there at the voltage that it needs to be. I don't need to use that. I don't need that at all. Yeah, pretty cool. I'll put this away in a minute. So these Imperial for woodworking, but metric is fine for everything. Yeah, I do wish, you know, it was a little bit more intuitive, but I was born and raised on Imperial units, so I know, you know, intuitively about you know, 60 miles an hour, what distance am I going to cover, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's just one of those things. It's one of those things. And you know, Americans who are in like science and technology, right? Americans are doing that kind of stuff. We know Imperial units. You know, we know Celsius in terms of computer temperatures, right? Because everything reports in Celsius. But for us, Fahrenheit is room temperatures. It's just one of those things. We can work in both. Celsius room temperatures I get a little bit confused about, although I'm starting to intuit a little bit, but not as much as I'd like. Not as much as I'd like. My collar's riding up. I gotta fix my collar. Hate it when it feels like I'm wearing like a popped collar. And this shirt's collar's like wandered. It's like creasing itself in a weird spot. I think I need to iron it at some point. You're officially a metric country, all your standards. Yeah, the standards that our measurements are based off of, yeah. Well, that happened only recently, didn't it? Where they moved our standards over from Imperial. Because there's like a NIST, like National Institute of Standardization T. I don't know what the T is. I don't know what the T is, but yeah, 40C in London, and you guys aren't ready for it. You guys aren't built for that. I mean, we've shared all the strategies. I've done everything that I can do. It's on you guys now. And it's getting fucking hot here too. I think we're reaching the 90s as well today. I don't think we're gonna get into the 35C territory, but 33 in Scotland. Ugh. I'm gonna open a forecast up, but you guys aren't allowed to see it because it doxes me. It doxes me. I could just leave it on New York. New York's gonna get to 91 and humid. What's Philly doing? Near Philly, I should say. 91. Yeah, so we are... 94 is the high. Ugh. I don't go outside. I'm in a basement where the ground table... I have to keep a window open so I don't get too cold, actually. Which is crazy, because 90-degree air should be coming in through there. Wafting in. But what happens is all the air handler stuff in this house... We got a new AC, like, I think a year and a half, 2 years ago. And the new AC is good. It needs more fan. It needs to be pumping that cool air up. But the ground table here is probably still cool. And so, yeah. But then I'll be sweltering hot down here, like, once the heat wave passes and the ground table's, like, hot. 22C in Devon. Not the Devon here, but the Devon there. 17 at night, yeah. AC, what's that? Yeah, so we have a central AC. All the houses here are built for it. Central AC that's running constantly, but it's new, so that was a good investment. That was a good investment, making sure to get a new one, because the old one from the 90s was not good. Yeah, we have a Devon like nearby. It's like a couple miles away. But yeah, the air conditioner, AC, not these. The air conditioner it does a good job, but the upper floors being sort of a greenhouse, a lot of sunlight gets in. Grew up in the middle of nowhere, highs in the 30s when I was younger, and didn't have AC. Y'all are weak. Well, look. I used to have a very stingy father in terms of turning on the AC, so I do know the struggles of sitting in front of a fan and just feeling like it's a hairdryer. But you know, they're not used to it. It's sort of a relative temperature thing. Takes about a week to get used to a different temperature profile. But hey, you guys keep with the cool drinks. I was watching Flatulent Gonad, aka Turbo Nad. I was watching him last night, and his house is fucking hot as hell, right? And he's on like one of the lower floors. He's thinking of moving his whole computer to the garage, where it actually has a cool floor, and everything stays a little bit cooler. And I hope, you know, I kind of hope he does. But he was talking about like doing a bunch of stuff to cool down. And one of the things he's like, I'm gonna get a cup of tea. I'm like, are you a madman? What do you, wait, huh? He's like, yeah, hot tea definitely gets you, it cools you off. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't know, those Brits, man, they'll make an excuse for hot tea for anything. Oh, it's cold out? I'll have a hot cup of tea, that'll warm me up. Oh, it's hot out? I'll have a hot cup of tea, that'll cool me off. All right, quit spamming emotes. I guess you're allowed to, whatever. Slept on the floor the other day because it was cooler. I do that. I do that all the time, actually. I do that all the time. I got one of those memory foam mattresses, and it is hot. So sometimes I'll do the, you know, sleep on like a cool floor. A decent couple will cool you down. No. You're not allowed in the winter to say it'll warm you up and then simultaneously say that in the summer it'll cool you down. That doesn't work that way. Go pour the tea over ice like a civilized person, and then actually while it's hot, add as much sugar as you can, and then pour it over ice. Have a sweet tea. Airlifting ice cream to the UK so they have something to eat while London burns down. Ay. This is why you guys are like having such trouble. I need to move the announcement. Pyromad, thank you for the 7 months, Pyromad. You're the other pyro name in here. I appreciate 7 months of the subs. Yeah, ice your teas, you freaking weirdos. Making every excuse they can to sip on tea. Drink gin and shit like that. You have to change a little bit. You have to adapt, please. This is why you guys are struggling so bad. Oh, blimey, it's hot out. Let's have some hot tea. I'll get under a blanket. Like, fuck. That's not how this works. Let's put another log on the fire. It seems to be pretty warm. It should cool us off more if we sit by the fire. What? Never had iced tea before. Oh, yeah. Just, I mean, you know, pour it over tea. Or pour it over ice. It's not gonna, the ice is gonna melt into it. It's not gonna be as strong. You can brew a pitcher of tea and cool it. The Lipton, and this is not necessarily advice for the Brits, but Lipton tea sells like the big package of teas, and you just get a bunch of the bags and put them into a pitcher of hot water, and then once that brews, tea bags come out, put that in the fridge until it cools off. Pour it over ice. It's delicious. And you sweeten it as you need. No milk. Don't add milk to your iced tea. But it shouldn't be a fancy tea. It needs to just be like a generic buy in bulk kind of tea. The Lipton teas are the good ones. You can buy them pretty cheaply in a big package. And then you can do a whole pitcher of iced tea. Pitcher of ice water is also a good way to freaking cool off. What was I gonna do? Oh, I need to move the the thing on this. Okay, let's see. That would be under. That's not that. No, that's not the right. No, that's not the right one. That's not okay. All right, very funny. All right, there it is. Streamlab, and then I unlock it, and hopefully it doesn't move for every single one. But I need to put that into an open spot. I guess I can put it over my face. That's a decent place for it. I don't know my glucose levels over my face right now, but yeah, we're listening to Big John, who's actually the person that did the pattern for the powder coating. I printed it out and then I cut masking for it. I didn't do a great job of it. I didn't do a great job of it, but it was fun to have an engine cover that had like one of these tribal tattoo patterns. Oops, wait, multi-3, there we go. And then I want to lock Streamlabs so I don't move it. We still have my blood glucose level overlay. I'll retire that eventually, but it's still relevant. We have Lipton here. It's not too bad. It doesn't beat a nice cup of Yorkshire. What I'm talking about is iced tea, man. And you drink that stuff by the gallon, so you don't want to use good tea on that. Hey, Cannibal Jeebus. I'm trying to educate some of the Brits here about how to handle heat, how to handle a 90-degree day with or without AC. You sit in front of a fan and you sip on iced tea. Flatulent Gonad was saying literally yesterday that a nice hot cup of tea opens the pores and cools you down, which is like ridiculous because during the wintertime, these same fucking people will say that a nice cup of tea will warm you up. Tea, iced or hot, is just rank. All right. Put a bunch of ice in a pitcher and then put some nice filtered water in it and then put it in the fridge and let it cool down as much as possible and drink that. That'll wake you up. Fucking brutally cold water. I think it's illegal to use ice in the UK. Something like that. No, I'm not talking about iced tea. I'm just talking about iced water. You just want the coldest water you could possibly get. That'll help you out too. But I mean, no, the big one is, man, a good cup of iced tea on a hot day. You'll appreciate it. Make room in the fridge, Brits. Like, yeah, I assume you guys have refrigerators. I don't know if those were outlawed as well. Don't see many on Twitch for the down southwest. You mean on, oh. Yeah, no, actually the closest bother viewer is Cluck J or something like that. I keep forgetting his name, but I know he goes to the same doctor that I do. Oh, I see. Working. Oh, you guys are close to each other. I get it. Loose leaf tea? What the hell? What is it? What is up with you guys? Is this really gonna be? I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to look up an iced tea recipe. Back at home. Turbo Nad, I have been referencing yesterday. I've been talking about you. I'm talking about both being from Devon. Oh, yeah. I've said this 3 or 4 times today, and it's at your expense. But I've said, you Brits, you fucking Brits, man. You're like, oh, it's so hot, I'm dying. I'm gonna have a nice hot cup of tea because it'll open the pores and cool me off. Simultaneously, let's clip to the middle of winter when you guys are freezing your asses off going, man, I really need a hot cup of tea in order to warm up. It doesn't work like that. This is what you do. I can't believe I have to Google a recipe for you frickin' Brits. Yeah, Devon, Pennsylvania, we have the Devon Horse Show, which is literally on my drive to the grocery store. It's hilarious because it's just like this sort of like strip mall-y kind of road where there's just like a bunch of like car dealerships and stuff, and then suddenly it turns into just like a fence, but on the other side of that fence is one of the most famous horse shows. It's like, what? Wait a minute, that's right there? Yeah, loose leaf is okay. It's fine. All iced tea is brew the tea and then cool it down, right? Lived in ice for about 2 months in the late 90s. Never seen iced tea over here apart from that. You guys are all weird. I don't understand it. I guess, is that really such an American thing? Iced tea? I literally have half and half right here, which is half lemonade, half iced tea. That's what this is. Like, it's such a common drink. This is what you do. It's 90 degrees out. Pitcher of iced tea. Devon Truck Show? Ha! That's an Arnold Palmer. No, it's not a golfist. I refuse to name it. I refuse to name the mixture of 2 very common summer drinks after a freaking golfer. No, I'm not calling it that. What I was talking about earlier is that the Lipton makes these big packages of tons of bags of tea. It's just very, very cheap. You don't need good tea to make iced tea because you're going to be brewing a lot of it and drinking a lot of it. It's not like you're not going to savor a nice you know a nice mug of iced tea. You know, you drink a lot of it because it's a cold drink and it'll cool you off. Anyway, black tea is usually what we use, but man, it's not an Arnold Palmer. I'm sorry, I'm just not calling it that. I mix ice and water. Why don't we call that an oh bother? You know? Let me take Coke and Sprite, and if you mix them, we'll call it the Shack. Like, I'm not doing, no, it's not an Arnold Palmer. We're gonna run out of music. I guess we'll just start when we run out of music. I'll let this play out. Play us out? What does that even mean? Yeah, I refuse to call it an Arnold Palmer. That's utterly ridiculous. But I just don't understand why there's so much pushback from the Brits in chat about not drinking hot tea in 90-degree weather. It's fucking 95 degrees over there, 105 degrees over there, and you guys are boiling water in order to immediately drink it hot. Why? Why do you hate yourselves? You guys are gonna die in the most British way. Stiff upper lip, make sure that our skeletons are in the position of holding a cup of tea. Like, for when the Fallout survivors come over and find us. Yes. Cold is how you drink gin, not tea. Like, come on, man. What? Going deaf on a work call, so you're really going to be communicating whatever you say through body language and context clues. I'm not specifically streaming to you. I'm not gonna start using like semaphore in order to communicate with people who've turned their speakers off. Hot tea in the summer is perfect. This is why you guys are dying in droves, because of the heat. This is it. It's not, I no longer subscribe to the theory of the architecture not supporting heat or the fact that none of you have AC. I think specifically the reason you guys are dying is because you refuse to change your habits slightly in order to have cool drinks instead of hot drinks. I think that might be the primary cause. And I no longer have sympathy. It's all eroded from this conversation right now. All of it gone. Like tears in the rain, I should say like ice in your hot tea. It's gone. It's all gone. AC seems pointless when it's doing nothing for 95% of the year. Yeah, ours runs from the immediate, like when it starts to get out of that nice 70s area, it's like a couple months before. Yeah. I know all the streamers over there have AC just because it's computers in a small room, right? No, yeah, typically you guys don't have to deal with this kind of heat, but you're gonna have to now, unfortunately. Maybe you guys will invent some new cultural thing and insist on that instead. It's gonna be 100 next week. I gotta figure out the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, you guys are gonna get destroyed. I saw a weather forecast there. Hold on, let me see. Let's see what our temperature's doing here on the East Coast. And we can look at Yonkers. Yonkers, there's a bunch of places in New York that I would just like use as like a name to make fun of somebody. Like Yonkers. What are you Yonkers up to? Patterson. Oh, look, it's Patterson, right? Mahalo. Hey, thank you for the sub. Wait. Dear one, 35 months. Thank you. Hey, Mahalo. How's it going? Saying hello to Mahalo is just saying hello twice. Anyway, I'm somewhere in this square. Actually, wait. Sorry. I'm somewhere in this square. That's a lot of area, but you guys can just be rest assured that I'm somewhere between here and here, right? Just somewhere here. 90s, 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 80s, 90s. Yeah, so there's no hope in sight. I hate that this website's going away. This is the weather forecast that I usually look at. People look at their weather forecasts and it's all this like barometric information and stuff, and like satellites upon satellites of information, and like they have like indexes of winds and gale force and this and that and the other thing. Nah, man, my ideal forecast looks like this. Yeah, there we go. That's my ideal forecast. Look at that. It's beautiful. I don't need to know anything about being like a weather expert. I just want to know what it's going to do. So that's why I like this site. It's very simple. It's like in the next 30 minutes it might rain, probably not. And then I can see if there's fluorescent things moving towards me. I fucking hate this. Yeah, no, I love it. It's so great. Let's see what the Pacific Northwest is doing in terms of emojis. I don't know where I am anymore. I'm completely lost. I can't see the fucking map. Everybody's wearing sunglasses and it's freaking me out. Oh my god. Ugh, where's the other side of this big ass fucking country? Jesus Christ. All right. Oh, there we go. Pacific Northwest is looking pretty happy. I don't know if I'm in Canada yet. I think we might have just crossed into Canada. Yeah. You guys are just smiley faces. You'll be fine. Oh god, I gotta turn off emoji mode. It's really killing me. It's like mental. Dark Sky's shutting down. It was bought by Apple. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm sad that it's going away because I like my very simple forecast. I guess we'll get started, huh? I didn't even put up a starting soon thing. At least we've had stuff to talk about. Yeah, it's been a long time in the making. I'm very sad about that because I really like that webpage because it's simple. It's just simple. Everybody tries to like here. I don't know if AccuWeather is gonna. Yeah, let me get rid of. Well, it's got my town in here, which I think is okay. I don't think it's that specific about location. This one is moderately simple, but it's still cluttered. Like, I'm not getting all of the information in the page, and I want to get all of the information, but I want it to be in a simple forecast, or a simple format, rather. Hold on, I got to check to see if this thing is giving me... It is not giving me a dot. Good, all right. Like, and then I got to come in here and do, like, control stuff in order to see anything that's going on. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Too busy. This one is the most accurate, though. It's either not enough information or too much. Too much interpolation between weather stations? Yeah. Forecast.weather.gov. How simple is it? Windy? Everybody likes windy. I do recall weather.gov, windy. Oh, I already don't like weather.gov. It's already too intimidating. I just got to get used to a new site. Windy is cool because it's like this really slick interface. Windy's like a really slick interface. Look at that. The problem is it's too much. I don't want this much. I just want to know what the, you know, I want my forecast.io, but it's going away in December. Merry Christmas. You don't get a weather forecast anymore. Earth.null school. Everybody, listen. Okay, listen. I don't think I'm taking weather recommendations from chat because you guys are a bunch of techie engineering kind of people. And I don't want techie engineering weather. I'm techie engineering about everything else, right? I don't need it about my weather. I don't need 3DFX to be used here. I do want information, but these motherfuckers right here, these motherfuckers won't even put ice cubes in their tea. Like, I have no sympathy for them anymore. No sympathy at all. This entire swath will gladly pour their tea over ice. But this little island nation here, these little islanders over here just refuse to do it. You got some wind over here. Maybe you guys can like put a scoop on the channel. get some air. Is that a fucking tornado? Wait a minute. What's happening over here? Oh my god. You got a fucking tornado. This one is windy. Moderately similar, but a little bit more information. I guess they're a Kingdom United. It's nice that we actually have a name on it on this one. It's windy. Where's the wind coming from? New Garden? Is that you making the wind? And the National Weather Forecast is in the 1990s. This is a Web 1.0 website. It's got an ad for GeoCities on it. I like the lightning tracker. That's a good one, but it also doxes the ever-loving shit out of me. Oh my god. Yeah, Stoms in New Jersey. It's pretty decent. I don't know. I want my forecast.io. No thanks. I'll have 3 cups of corn syrup. Yeah, I hate the fact that corn is so prevalent in everything. Everything is corn sugar. Everything. It's probably why we have obesity problems here in the States. We put corn in our fucking car fuel. We're so in love with it. Shadow weather? Banish me to the shadow realm of weather. All right, yeah, so we got a couple little things going on here. See the second notch on the bottom? That's me. No, I'm not looking for where people are located. It's we don't do that. God, the last time my email flashed on the screen, I got fucking 900 emails from people. Not people. I got signed up for stuff, and I know it was somebody somebody from tech channels because they signed me up for like KiCad newsletters and stuff, which is just fucking stupid. Like, why would you do that to somebody? It's not funny. Anyway, Shadow Weather is an app, but it's like Dark Sky. Hold on, let me check. Shadow Realm Weather. Oh no, that wasn't right. Shadow Weather. It's a black cloud. Not bad. That's pretty good, actually. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I liked not having an app, though. I like not having an app. Everything's an app nowadays, but oh well. Oh well, you can't get around it. Maybe I'll get that. Maybe I'll end up getting that. Because like the whole point of forecast is that I just type 4. No, not anymore. But it's just like, bam, here we go. Here's everything I need to know right now. Here's the weather throughout the day. Chance of rain in the next couple minutes. The overall forecast. Scroll down, see the map, look at where the clouds are. Let's see what's happening in the next week. It's going to suck. And then it's going to suck a little less, but then it's going to suck again. And that's all I need to know. I can click on stuff if I need to know what the day is going to be like, but like this is totally inaccurate going out a day. But that's it. It's just psh, there it is, all right in my face. And so Apple said no, and they bought it and decided to piss on it. And so they're gonna dig it up, and then they're gonna salt the earth from whence it came, and I no longer will have a nice, clean, crisp weather interface. Anyway, we're working on load cells. So we're working on load cells. Load cells. What are we doing with load cells? Well, the way to the rain alert is my favorite part about Dark Sky. Yeah, it's nice to have that. And it Dark Sky used to be a lot better. I think the Koch brothers have been buying up weather forecasters, and so everything kind of sucks. All the forecasting ability sucks now. It's pretty bad. But Forecast.io was okay. It used to be a lot more accurate than it is now. Anyway, so yeah, load cells. What are we doing with load cells on this whole thing? Well, this isn't an improvement. We're trying to sort of... It is an improvement, but not like you'd think. It's what we're trying to do is get my system to not destroy itself while I'm using it. I need to put the pedals at a slight angle because as it stands right now, my heel goes onto the bottom of the thing, and then the angle that my foot needs to be at is too great. I don't do ballet. I can't flex like that, and so my ankles were killing me by the end of the rally last time. It doesn't feel natural. If it feels natural, I'm very quick with the footwork, and I'm good at shifting. If it doesn't feel natural, I think about it, and when I think about stuff when I'm racing, I crash. This is how it works with me. I need to be completely zen, my mind a complete blank. If there are scintillating thoughts and turgid ideas, I go into a tree. That's just what happens. When I do my best racism, when I race better, is when I'm not thinking. It's crazy. So that's what my whole system is trying to cater to. Now, keep in mind, a force feedback steering wheel, you're not going to be faster with a force feedback steering wheel. Let me just put that on the table right now. Controller, back, forth, full lock, full lock. You can't do that in real life. When you got to fight the force feedback as well, that's not really going to help you. My summer car, slightly different story. It gives you all the accuracy of moving the wheel back and forth. We're going to try spin tires. Not spin tires. Ice road duckers. I don't know. What the fuck is that? It's winter... My winter Russia truck. Fucking mud game, but in winter. Whatever that one is. I'm shooting for that on Snow Runner. Thank you. I'm shooting for that this weekend. If we can get this stuff done. This is supposed to be a 5-second project. I haven't 3D printed stuff in a little while, so I had a little trouble 3D printing. In addition to that, I've actually been doing a bunch of cleaning out. We have a storage area, and so all of my stuff throughout the years has ended up in bins in the storage area. So I'm uncovering a lot of things from projects that I didn't consider, and I threw into storage and haven't gone through yet. And so I'm actually finding some interesting stuff. One of them was a valve cover for my old VW that I don't have anymore, that a friend and I, back in the early 2000s, You'll be able to tell that it was the early 2000s. I had him do a little piece of like tattoo art, and then powder coated the rest of the valve cover. So it looks like some kind of a Zerg flying unit, and it's a friend of mine that just put together the art, and then I transferred it over to this and then powder coated around it. But yeah, welcome to the early 2000s and the tribal tattoos. But you know, it's stuff like that I'm actually finding. I don't know. I kind of want to put this somewhere. It's a little too like early 2000s tribal art, but it's it's fun. It's a piece of stainless steel that I powder coated. So that's kind of cool. Makes it looks like a tramp stamp. Listen, if she has this tramp stamp, she's a 10 out of 10, but she has a Zerg tramp stamp. And I'm a Protoss player. Zarkalados. Anyway, so it's a crab. Yeah, it is. It's the motor crab. It's the VW motor crab. That's for my 1.8 turbo. She'll rush you early in the she's a 10 out of 10, but she keeps making cracklings. Wait, what? I was looking at Magic Eyes the other day. You mentioned the sailboat. I was looking at Magic Eyes the other day. They're fun. Once you know how to do them. She's a brood queen. She's 10 out of 10, but she's a brood queen, and I don't have enough Vespine gas. All right, so God, the StarCraft isms come really easy, don't they? Much like Zerglings? No, all right, anyway. So I also found this power supply. This is the other cool thing that I found. This power supply. Oh yeah, wait, no, I have another weird kitschy thing that I found. An art project that I did, and I think I did a Hackaday video on it. But this art thing that I did a billion years ago, this is my fire cannon project. With a fire cannon, what you have is a propane tank and a regulator, and then that fills an expansion tank, and then you open up the expansion tank, and you get fire out the other end, because you got a pilot light. You get a pilot light on a tube, and when you release a lot of propane into that tube at once, you make a big ploof of fire, and it's cool. So this is my old fire cannon. You see, typically that expansion tank takes the form of just another propane tank, because you know it's rated for propane and everything's fine and happy. In this case, what I did is I wanted to break up what the expansion tank looks like, right? I wanted to break up the look of just the propane tank expansion tank. And so the project took kind of a weird turn. I found a big distribution manifold for cold water that has a big opening on either side, a nice 1.5-inch opening. Got a big valve on that opening, and then I put paintball tanks. These are fittings for the O-ring fitting for a paintball tank, and it converts it over to an aeronautic, and then I have the 45 degrees to aeronautic to NPT on the NPT manifold. Over here, I've got a little distribution thing. This is going to be a pressure sensor. I never used it, so now I've got this pressure sensor that I haven't done anything with in 40 fucking years. And then I got the hookup for the pilot light. Actually, I think the pilot is, the pilot might have been off of a needle valve on this thing, but and then the hookup for the propane, the regulated amount of propane. So all the paintball tanks were the expansion tank. I broke up the look of everything, and then a giant, the biggest dump valve that you possibly can put on the thing. It was cool. It worked really well, except that it leaked a lot. I wonder why. It's because there were quite a few places for there to be leaks. But it had a cool look to it. It had a weird kind of engine look to it. All of these were not in these positions. They were actually just either up or down, just sort of like, you know, coming off of the sides. But anyway, that was an old project, and it's taking up a lot of space. I don't think I can use any of this stuff in water cooling. I don't think any of this is useful. This is super duper overly heavy too. This is an incredibly heavy piece of equipment. I don't know what you do with this. What do you do with this thing? Distribute cold water, I guess. I don't know, but I don't know what to do with this whole thing anymore. This weird spidery looking thing. I'm gonna put it back over there. This is just one of the many curiosities that I have to go through in my old stuff. Oh, I might have messed up the mic. Hold on. Yeah, it's a giant metal insect. It's yard art. Needs googly eyes. I don't know where I'd put them. I'd have to put like 12 googly eyes on it. Indoor fish farm. Useful things was, of course, the Vicor flat pack. My love affair with Vicor power supplies continues. This thing I guess I got off of eBay a billion years ago, but it's 24 volts at 12 amps. So this will definitely power whatever I need it to power. This could be the Burn the Subs power supply, possibly. I was hoping for higher voltage with Burn the Subs because stepper motors love voltage, but I could use this. Problem is, it's a weird form factor for Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs is mostly vertical, and it mostly goes on the wall, so yeah, nice for a 3D printer. I mean, this is like a very nice power supply, and look, it's in English units for some reason. That's the weird part about it. But yeah, I gotta figure that one out, because with this was this one, which is 15 volts at 3 amps. I don't know what anybody's doing with 15 volts. I think 15 volts is more common for op amps, so maybe this is more of like a musical instrument kind of power supply, but its existence baffles me, and it's just covered in shit and rust, and I don't think it's... I think it might be a throwaway. This thing might not be trustworthy. The circuit board itself might have rust on it, to be honest. It's just been in storage for too long. Storage that's just basically a garage door, so there's no air, there's no weather control on it. Oh, what's that plug at the bottom? There's a plug down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mod disk, AC okay, bus okay. So these are all the indicators that say that things are good. Pretty good. I don't think so. There's a tune on it. Oh, this one. Yeah, these don't, I don't know. This one might be adjustable down to 12. Usually they're not that adjustable, right? I don't know. But yeah, these are all curiosities that came from the storage space. Back to reality. Whoops, there goes gravity. Etc., etc. 3D printing. Spent most of yesterday going through that stuff, but the parts that I didn't spend going through stuff, I spent 3D printing. As usual, the times when I'm not streaming, I am just a hall monitor. I'm just a proctor for a study hall, where the study hall just consists of one 3D printer that I have to pay attention to, but not totally, because that would be exhausting. Good old 3D printing, right? That thing is pretty much running itself, though. It's running very well right now for everything that it can do. There's not much that I really need to proctor when I 3D print, but I still need to be there just in case something happens. So 15 volts for charging car batteries? Yeah, maybe. Here's a problem, though. I tried to use Space Gray. Space Gray originally printed like this, right? Pretty decent. There's a couple little puck marks that you can see in the print. Don't know what those are. Something about Space Gray. Maybe it needs lower temperatures. That's probably the solution, because I printed it with the settings that I had currently in the printer, and it looked like this. Dun, dun, dun. What in the heck is going on with this stuff? I don't even know what that is. I don't know why it's doing this. It appears to be too hot here. This is 100% infill. But what the hell is happening? What is this? So I then loaded up a different filament instead of changing any of the settings. All right? Prints perfect. So there's something about Space Gray that it just doesn't like. Yeah, I'm thinking it might be moisture, but then again, like this, I mean, the filaments that aren't Space Gray really are not affected by moisture. I've never had moisture problems with PETG. This specific filament, though, I may just put it through. I have a toaster oven. I can put it through like a drying process and see if it prints better. Oversized filament. That could be. I didn't measure it. I didn't measure the filament size. It fits in everything else, but yeah, and it might be some of the additives that give it that nice metallic sheen. might have something to do with the moist, because this is like spitting moisture, right? Like that's what the running theory is. As it's extruding, these little bubbles are popping and snapping and causing undesirable extrusions. It's weird that when it goes fast enough for the support material, it's not as prevalent as when it does the outer perimeters. Interesting. The other problem that I've been having with 3D printing is, of course, this right here. I have altered the Z distance constantly. I have it up to 0.3 of a millimeter, which is insane. That's an insane standoff. But it still is welding itself in. Thank you for the follows, by the way. We don't announce the follows, but I appreciate you guys. I still see them. Get those a bit on the PLA filaments with the rolls bubbles in it too. I think it's a feature. I think maybe if I lower the temperature significantly to the point where I'm very nearly getting, what do you call it? Matte colors out of the PETG, that might fix it. That's the running theory, is it's all temperature. Because like, look, it kind of pseudo fixes itself right here when it has to do a different geometry. What setup are you curious about? Because there's like 50 setups in this shop. What is that? What happened here? It's like altering the layer height. Oh, the 3D printer. I think the printer command, or maybe it's 3D printer command. One of those. I don't really have like, I didn't set up fancy commands, but they exist. Yeah. So anyway, I don't run a cooling fan. Also, you should know, I don't run a cooling fan, but I don't know exactly what's going on here. I don't know what got into the filament. I could try to cool it off, but here, let me try. Yeah, that's the one. All right. Oh, I don't have chat on the microscope. There we go. I don't have my glucose levels on this page. Oh my God. Yeah, so it's weird. It's weird. I just flipped the filament and all the temperatures and stuff are okay. I still kind of think that I could lower the temps and this would look all right. Listen, yeah. The joke, and it wasn't a joke back then, and it still isn't a joke. 3D printers have one job and they're fucking terrible at it, and I hate them. You know, learning to live without a 3D printer before you get one is kind of important. Now I kind of push my luck in terms of what I can get away with 3D printing, because it is more accurate than I am. But I still dislike them very strongly. They have one job and they're bad at it. So, but it has become sort of a crucial part of running things around here, building things, is that I'm able to 3D model and then print things. So I do functional prints here. But yeah. I don't just take that as gospel, the confirm your account recovery settings. Confirm. Yeah, don't just take a random article as gospel in terms of 3D printing, because there's a lot of conflicting information out there with 3D printers. 3D printers are complicated machines and they're bad at their one job. They're very bad at their one job. So because a lot of the this is not a random article. Why? Listen. 3D printers are complicated machines. There's a lot going on. This could be due to over temperature events, just melting stuff. The pockmarks are likely to be moisture, but I can't confirm it yet. I'll have to try drying the filament. In addition to that, it could be that if I cool it down, it's one of the additives that makes this space gray could be pocking out and doing weird stuff. It's not necessarily exactly what the article says. And I've proved that time and time again with my own 3D printing methodologies. Basically, raise the temperature, fix all the problems. This is when the filament was still new. Yeah, I've got that stuff. I've got desiccant and stuff, but I store the PETG openly. And this is the stuff. This is the same. I got these two filaments at the same time. So space gray could be overly hydrophilic, or something else could be going on, or the additives, a bunch of other stuff. So it's not, I'm not disregarding evidence because I don't understand it. I'm also not getting popping noises when this thing prints. Believe it or not. It is probably moisture, but I'm not going to definitively say that it is moisture right now. Could be an additive that doesn't like the temperature. Anyway, those are the things that I'm dealing with. But the other problem that I'm having is with the temperature. I'm not searching. What's with you guys? I'm having trouble with the standoff material, the support material sticking, which is a PETG thing. It's very sticky filament. I had the tuning settings properly, but bleh. I had it set properly, and something, I don't know, moving computers, I don't think I lost any of the settings, so I don't know why it would be super sticky now, but yeah, I can't really, I can either sit here and do this, or we can sand it off, which is what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to file it off. But yeah, I like these, the wire strippers, because they have a very good claw on the end of them, and I'm able to pick off the very sticky filament. I don't know, the extrusion should have like a distance that it is from everything else. I don't know why it's like melting into it. It should be a decent distance away. And you can see in the slicer that it is a good distance away, but unfortunately, I don't know, something happened. Something happened with my printer, or the settings, or something. Either I may need to do like a test of how much I'm extruding. I don't know. For the most part, I mean, the dimensions are all correct. It's just the standoffs are being kind of bastards. But this is a solid infill, so this part will work. I can make this work. No, I don't have a parts cooling fan. I need to invent one. I need to design it, because there aren't any good designs. There is a design, and I know people are going to link me to the design, but I don't like that one. Moisture, overheat. It can be jerky, pushing off the filament into the heater. So many factors. Yeah, PETG is a son of a bitch, and it's not necessarily a thing. You know, pockmarks. It's likely to be moisture, but the thing is, like, you know, again, I unwrapped these two filaments at the same time. Blow through a straw at the critical moments for the supports. Okay. Body air is full of moisture. It's nothing but moisture. This is gonna take too long. I don't know if I have any alternative ways of doing this though. Hit it with the bandsaw. Yeah. You can think of anytime you blow on something with your mouth, basically consider it like playing the trumpet. And if you ever see trumpet players or wind instrument players express the valves, it's all spit. The whole instrument is just full of spit. All right, it's disgusting. It's absolutely fucking vile. So consider that when you blow on something like electronics or a lens, like a camera lens, you're just going, right? You're just, that's what you're doing. Should have saved your ionic breeze for the 90s. I love those things. Those are great. They're very good smelling ozone air coming out of them. Used to have to clean up after the brass band. Oh, it's disgusting. Yeah, luckily this stuff is weak. It's weak in the presence of a file. So I can just kind of like file it down to make it not look offensive. And then we'll attach it over there. I need to drill these out because they're all fucked up. I'll drill these out, and then I need to move the threaded insert from one to the other. And this should clear enough that the piston can have a straight angle. Ugh. I don't think we needed any of that information, Agnew. I don't think we needed any of that information. My life was fine without knowing that. Now I know that. Nothing has changed. I didn't need that information. Part of the violin that goes against the shoulder, yeah. Ugh. Y'all are gross. This would be a great job for the milling, for like an end mill. It would just go burp, and everything would be fine. I can't snap off the material without seriously injuring myself. I'm going to get a puncture wound. I mean, the reason that I need a cooling fan is so that when the support material is being laid out, it can be solidified a little bit so that the stuff that goes on top of it doesn't immediately weld itself, and that'll render it a little bit easier to work with. Previously, I had the settings set so that the distance was enough that it would snap off, depending on the application. Now, this is a big flat piece. The other reason is when you have, like, if you have the fan and you have it configured properly, sometimes you don't even need the support material because the printer will just bridge things. Now, it can't make the circular things without kind of messing up, but sometimes you can push your luck a little bit. So this is kind of a rough print in some areas, but it's good enough for a functional print. You know, we're not trying to win a design contest with this. But yeah, those are the considerations when you're, for those of you that are new to 3D printing. I mean, when you're doing functional prints, function over form. So, dual extruder and PVA. I would love to have dissolvable stuff. Is that like environmentally stupid? Am I dumb? Dissolvable would be really interesting, but I just don't have it. I don't have that technology. I don't have the money to set it up. You gotta suffer through PETG for our functional prints. PETG is relatively cheap, and it's pretty damn good at functionally printing. Try to open up that hole a little bit so I have something for the drill bit to get into. What I have already in there is it's just an insert into the, because like the brake pedal is designed to take a lot of force. And so in cars, it's built pretty rough, right? It's built pretty strong. So it's got like a big bolt in it. We're not doing a big bolt. We're putting like a 3mm, one of these 3mm long bolts into the thing. Because we don't need it to be that tough. It just needs to survive like my weak computer programmer foot. It's not bad for nature. Same material as school glue is made from, just a little harder. Oh, cool. Sucks, this is also sensitive to moisture. Really? Oh my God. So you have to handle it with gloves and like really keep it in dry storage. See, my PLA and stuff like that, I do actually keep in an airtight container with desiccant at the bottom. But my normal PETG, even though PETG is routinely referenced as being very, very excited to take on moisture, I store them under the window in the open. Because typically I use them enough that I'm not really getting problems with moisture. I think a lot of that kind of stuff is overstated in 3D printing. However, I might be having moisture problems with this specific type of PETG. So I'm not ruling out moisture problems. I think it's heat problems more than moisture problems, but it might also be heat and moisture problems. It could be two problems at once. Or, I don't know, maybe that filament is a little bit wider than I thought it was. It reacts to 15% moisture in the air. What are we at right now? I'm at 53%. It's moist around here. There's a lot of moisture. Can we stop saying moist? Can we? No, I'm not gonna be able to avoid that. Not gonna be able to avoid that word today. I'm trying to open up this hole, but it just won't. There's support material in it, and it made it disgusting. Moister than an oyster. Ew. Ew. I think what I need to do is come through one side and then the other with a drill bit and just blast it out. Because it looks like the support material is like just welded itself in there. All right, so we need a drill bit. It's going to go 3mm on this thing. Yeah, I cleaned it up a little bit. It's still pretty rough. The old one had like the sloped sides. that I was able to sand away. I was able to file that away with the circular file and just kind of clean it up. I got to figure out my... I think I'm not going to be able to do good supports on parts like that until I figure out my fan situation. Because I will not tolerate a loud printer. I will not tolerate it. And if I put a fan on it, it might be loud. So... Paid my nephew to pressure wash my house walls while I sit and play pressure washing simulator. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Don't lie to us. I do actually have my pressure washer in the garage, and my friends have just, now that 1.0 was out, we did the LAN party, and we ended up playing pressure washer simulator for a significant part of that party. I had to download a save file so that we could free play with multiple players on some of the maps. But oh man, I was tempted to get into playing that, but I think I need to avoid it so I stay productive. Printer's loud as frig. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Mine has all the Noctua fans in it, and then it's got the Trinamic drivers, which I love. The Trinamic drivers, you know, boy oh boy, is that a quality of life improvement on the printer. It's an insane quality of life improvement. Suddenly your printer makes like no noise. Where's the bolt that holds this together? I thought I had it out. There it is. Give me that bolt. I don't have a lock nut for this, unfortunately. I think I have lock nuts somewhere for this size. I gotta look around and see if I've got... Because this should get a lock nut. It's a moving part. Oh, no, you know what? I didn't do lock nut. I did threaded insert. Although, maybe getting a longer one of these guys and then doing a lock nut out here, that's probably the way that it should go. Just so I don't have my brake pedal fail on me suddenly. I think that's probably a good thing to do. I gotta find a lock nut, though. Waiting for the heat so I can play Stray? Oh, yeah. You don't want your computer heating up too much? Is this a bad idea? Hold on. This might be a bad idea. This one was like... No, that's just barely. Okay, so that should be the size of the hole. I just need power tools in order to, like, push the material out. The problem, of course, with drilling this is that the drill will get hot, and then it'll displace the material. Let's try to clip that flush. Yeah, so I will not tolerate, because I'm in the same room as the printer, so I will not tolerate noise from the printer. I just won't. I can't do it. Fire up any games that use RTX cores. I gotta figure out, like, I need to play some games that'll abuse the 5950 and the 6900 XT. I need some, like, high-power AMD games to really test it out. See if that 750-watt power supply is okay. And it is, for the most part. I've turned off all the turbo boost features, which are the things that really make it so that you need, like, an 800 to 1,000-watt power supply on that card. That stupid card. I didn't get a Steam Deck because I got that card. MSRP. I didn't pay any extra. Stray? Window Cat is gone, and I need a game that has cats in it now. Possibly. I saw some people play Stray, and it looks like a really fun game. It looks like a very PlayStation-y kind of game. You know, that kind of game where you kind of... It's linear, and there are puzzles, and it's fun, and it's a really, you know, nice experience. It seems like a pretty cool game. I don't know if I'll get around to playing it. It's definitely on my wish list. Mia approved. That was weird. I got bounce from the trigger. I'm starting it slow, by the way, so that it works the material out of the way. I mean, generally, all of the extra plastic around that hole is probably going to guide the drill bit so that it's close to center. This is that extremely dull bit, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I don't know why I didn't throw this one out. I mean, I guess it's good for plastic, but I think I need to get rid of that bit. It might be... No, I think it's just extremely dull. It's like hot as hell right now, though. Thermal imaging? Oh, I unplugged it. Let's see if we can get that to work. I should have had thermals on. Damn it. They don't work. It's too hot out. Welcome to the rest of our lives on this planet. Just heat all the time. Properties. Deactivate. Activate it again. There we go. Thermals. Hello? Thermals. Yeah. That's cooled off by now, huh? Let's look at it under the microscope. See how dull this thing is. Oh yeah, that'll do it. Focus that in a little bit. I mean, this thing, like, oh, look at what's going on. So what I'm looking at is the leading edge up here. And it's all chewed up. Yikes. That leading edge right there is doing all the work, and there's just nothing. Yeah. All right. I'm throwing that out. It's not worth refurbishing or sharpening or anything like that. It's a common drill bit, and I probably got it from somewhere weird, so it's gone. It's gone. Yeah, that was just a tragedy of a drill bit. We don't need it anymore, though. I think I need to file that to get it flat. It's there's a lot of material that sort of blew out of the other end. It's a child-safe drill bit. Yeah, it's the one that comes with the Bob the Builder set. The plastic kids drill bit. Just a little bit of plastic there. Maybe pick it up and out with this thing. PETG requires like a different set of hands. You got to be like rough with it to get it to do anything. It's crazy. It's really crazy. What size drill bit? Do I have one of those here that I can? Yeah. Ow. That generally doesn't work that well, but hopefully it'll push some of the plastic out in a way so that I got a decent edge. I hear people outside, which I think is a mistake given the temperature and the humidity that we've got right now. Okay, so bolt goes through there pretty well. Oh, it gets stuck a little bit. There we go. Bolt goes through pretty well, meets the other side pretty well. That's good, good, good. I would love to do a longer bolt and have it, instead of having a threaded insert, which for some reason I did on this, instead have a lock nut. But I don't know if I have a lock nut. I have whatever that is. Where was that set? I had some. These are a different size, I think. Yeah, these are for M3, not M4. These are all M3s. Let me see if I can find a lock nut. A lock nut is just a piece of plastic on the nut that keeps it from backing out when you put it through motion. So anything you're bolting together that is supposed to be like a joint, putting a lock nut on there is highly recommended because it'll keep it from unscrewing itself as it goes through the motions. Now, as this thing goes through the motions, what's going on? Well, actually, I'm bolting it directly to that plastic piece, so the motion is not in the bolt. This is the wrong size. Where's the right size longer bolts? Hold on. Gotta go downstairs. Driving into the sun, yeah. Sir Fogelzang! Thank you for subbing for 22 months. Sup, nerds? What's the next big project after the sim setup? Well, it's always burn the subs. We're always thinking about burn the subs. We gotta get that back up and running. Because it's sort of it's just what we do here, right? So Burn the Subs is going to come back up to the forefront in terms of projects, and it should have already done so, but I'm here faffing about working on the sim setup because there's a couple little tweaks that I want to do so that I can have this thing sit in a closet, and then when I finally want to do something with it, it'll work. It'll just work. ToddHoward.exe. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. That's what we're working with and towards and against and whatever. This is like way too long. Maybe that's why I used that particular bolt and why I used a threaded insert, is because I couldn't find something that was long enough. All projects lead to burn the subs. Something like that. Maybe a little less poetic, but yeah. You know, we gotta work on it. I gotta do some progress stuff with it. We're getting there. The next things that we have to do with burn the subs are sealing the 3D print with methyl ethyl ketone. We gotta melt the outside a little bit so that it doesn't leak. The outside and the inside. Yeah, I also have a bunch of honey for mead. I do need to do a mead brew. That's less of a project and more of just a thing that I need to do. It's just, I just get the cooktop over here and just use it. Got a bunch of Westchester honey that I need to turn into mead. So I do a boil mead. More lasers. Yeah, I wanted to play with lasers because everybody likes lasers. Everybody likes lasers. Everyone, no exceptions. I mean, listen, we got like 50 projects here, obviously, but some of those projects are sort of filler arc. No, some of those projects come in between working on the major players. So this is one of the major players and it's close to done. What's up, Groovy? Bowl it. Yeah. I'm talking about iced tea earlier. None of the Brits seem to even be close to considering cooling their tea off. So weird. MEK is such a nice name. Methyl ethyl ketone. It just sounds like something that's gonna bite you. I don't know what it smells like either. That'll be a fun little experience. Yeah, it's utter madness. I don't know what's wrong with them. I think they've gone heat crazy. If I drill it with this bit, there might not be enough plastic for it to grip. And then we're out an entire 3D print. And I can't be out an entire 3D print. Well, I have to keep variety going. Much like variety streamers, I need to keep a project variety going. Otherwise, people will get bored. I actually think that is correct. The insert is just a little bit larger than this drill bit. Iced coffee in the winter? Well, that's me, but yes. Yeah, just a scalding hot drink. I'm sweating so much I could really use a... God, I can't even make fun of you guys with it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I might be ruining the print right now. All right, nice big hole for a threaded insert. We're going with the original method just because I can't find the hardware to support it. And I might need to find new hardware if this doesn't work, since I just ruined that hole. I had scalding hot soup for lunch today in the 30 degrees Celsius weather. This is why you fuckers are dying in droves due to the heat. And I have no more sympathy. I have no more sympathy for sympathy. I don't have sympathy. I'm sympathy. God, I have no sympathy anymore. It's just gone. You've eroded it all with your weird affinity towards hot beverages and foods during a friggin' heat wave. Put an ice cube in your face. Hot soda. That's a Ken M thing, isn't it? This insert's larger than the soldering iron tip. Hold on. I need a better fit because I need to control it completely with the soldering iron in order to get it to insert. Makers tab on Twitch, and every damn channel is nonstop live stream of the 3D printer running, which is so minimally, categorizable as content. It really is. And for a little while I did a little bit of that 3D printer shuffle that everybody does. I did it for like a little bit, but, generally I want to be making content that I want to see. Meanwhile, I have to isolate myself from streams like this because otherwise I'll just watch. Yeah, otherwise I'll take on all their memes. I'll be making my own. Feel bad for putting ice cubes in my ramen. He's always trying to be so funny. Yeah, 3D printers could use their own section. Yeah, Hot Dr. Pepper was the meme, wasn't it? Wasn't that a Ken M meme? Come on out, buddy. Come on out. We're getting you out of there. All right. And then we're putting it in here. Question is, can I just press that in, or what do I have to do here? I mean, I think what I need to do is just insert it like this. Ugh. And just not move it to the sides at all. Uh-oh. I already fucked it up. I gotta be careful about the amount of heat that I put in, too. Because it'll melt the arm. Okay, I think I succeeded. That happens very quickly, doing threaded inserts. It's a very quick process, and this thing is still obviously very hot. You can still see it on the thermals, so I won't be touching it at all. It's a little crooked, but I think that'll do. Oh yeah, there's a bit of plastic over on that side, huh? We'll have to clean that off once it fully cools. But it's a very quick, see all that plastic over there? It's a very quick process getting a threaded insert in. It's still a little crooked. Things are looking rough for this part, but it'll function just fine. So now I've got a threaded insert what I can tighten up, and it will tighten to that the collar that I've got between these two posts. That's the thing that pivots. So what I'm trying to do is make a rigid body out of this and the circular post that's in the brake pedal right now. So remove the coders out of saitek. If you remove the 3D printer people too, saitek will basically be 3 people. I'm willing to be one of them. It'll be me and the Knowledge Fellowship people. There's the paleontology stream that's really cool. I've been meaning to raid that guy. There's a bunch of cool streams in saitek. I would like, you know, if they do move the 3D printers out of it, because it's really not saitek. It is tech, but it's kind of different, right? Move them over to makers and crafting. Or just make it a, you know, unattended 3D printer stream. Although OctoJ likes that kind of, he loves that kind of content, where it's, you know, he will watch the 3D printer just do its job all day. Which I understand. I understand the allure. The ducks are in saitek, really? You'd think those would be more of an IRL kind of thing, right? But I guess they're nature cameras, right? I don't browse Twitch that much. I should take a look at what it's like to browse Twitch more. All right, so it's a little crooked, but I think it'll function just fine. Yeah, most of the categories are a mess. At least we don't get hot tubs in saitek. We could do a could I do a hot tub stream, but instead we're like boiling parts in acid in order to clean them off? Animals, aquariums, and zoos. Is that its own category? Could be. Okay, so we've recreated our part, but this time the edges are sloped. It's hard to show this filament on camera. The edges are sloped, which means this thing will be able to pivot further up and down, which is good because we need to be able to have our cylinder go at a complete whatever the hell angle it is. Otherwise, it will threaten to break everything. This is our sprung cylinder. My aegis, 25 months. 25 again. Also nice graph. No, it's not, because I'm hyperglycemic. I need to give a little bit more insulin, actually. I'm gonna adjust a little bit. That's had enough time at two hyperglycemic. So let's give another 30 carbs worth of insulin. And we'll let my body chew on that for a little bit, and that should hopefully trend downwards a little bit. No, I haven't closed the loop yet. I've got, hopefully, oh God, it's such a mess. So trying to settle in on the Omnipods that I want. The ones that I went to get, I got, and it turns out the new ones operate on a slightly different technology, so I can't use the third-party apps with them. Even though, you know, I can't tell my insurer that. My doctor's totally cool with it, but I can't tell my insurance anything about doing that. But I can't close the loop right now because the current thing that I've been approved for it's not yet supported. Someday it will be, but it might be years until they hack them properly. So I've put in the request for the next prescription to be for the Omnipod 5 Dash. And the Dash is the one that comes with a phone. So what I did is I cited compatibility issues. I said, I'm having compatibility issues. I would like to go to the Omnipod 5 Dash. Doctor sent me back a letter that said, you know, they faxed over the right prescription. And it was like nothing. It's just, they just said, we faxed over the right prescription. Okay. All right. What does that mean? Your medication request for renewal was received and we faxed it over. Check the website for the pharmacy. No updates. Nothing different. No updates at all. So I don't know what's going on. When the previous prescription is up, it's possible that then and only then will it go through all of the approval steps, and then I'll have to do the my doctor will have to do the pre-authorization justification, and we might get denials and stuff like that. So I'm desperately trying to keep going on the supplies that I have. I might have to trigger something to send me supplies for my old pump in order to bridge the gap between all the approvals. Or it'll just work perfectly and I'll just get the Dash system suddenly. I don't know how this is going to go down. I don't know what kind of shit's going to go on here. So I bought a set of cheap punches, and this is a great opportunity to use the larger of the punches because I have a hole that is a standard size on the bottom of this thing, and I'm going to use that hole to guide punching out the support material that's on this thing. This thing has a little bit of support material because it goes around the little nub on the load cell, and from our understanding, from our looking up the load cells, that's the end that we can just put the load on wherever we need it to be. So we're going to maximize the amount of surface area on that part. So I need to punch out the support material on this part. Oh God, it's all so complicated. I didn't want to start a rant. That's fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good. I'm happy to be transparent about stuff, and I need something to talk to while I do this. So that's perfectly all right. I need to use a one size smaller than this one, which unfortunately does not look all that stable. I was hoping to get a lot of metal in this so that it would be nice and stable. Yeah, that's the one. There's two sets of punches in here. One's the really good start one, and the other one is kind of a cheap one. But one of them's designed to be guided. That one's a little larger, actually. Different purposes for different punches. Some of them are flat in the front, and others have a nub that's supposed to guide a like a semicircle piece of metal. All right, that'll do. There we go. What the fuck? Maybe I do need to use a hammer on this thing. My support material's like really welded on lately. I don't know what's up with it. Look at that. I'm not even getting any I guess I'm gonna hit it with a hammer. There we go. But yeah, we got some of the Android APS system working, some of it working. So I've got Xtrip, and it's been connecting to my Dexcom very, very nicely. It's been very easy to connect. Now that's going to be, In the future, that's going to be the only thing that's connecting to the Dexcom. So that'll be running, it'll be sending numbers to the Android APS application that will be running the show. But for now, it's just displaying numbers. It's not reacting to them at all. And it doesn't have insulin information. If I'm going to be keeping on this pump, or is it this insulin pump for a long time, I guess what I'm going to need to do is, well, what I'd like to do, I guess I'm going to have to explore making this into the APS thing. So I think I can do that. There are tools, there are plugins for the T-Slim that I can use. And then at least I can get used to the Android Auto Pancreas system on that equipment before switching over to the Omnipods. Meanwhile, my doctor's probably tearing his hair out, like, he's not doing any of the training. Oh my God. I would like to find an end mill that's going to fit that. Although I could leave it rough, but I think I'd like to actually get the support material out of this friggin' bunghole right now. Let me see here. Well, if it's an end mill you need, I got end mills. I got you covered. If it's an end mill that you need, I got an end mill for you. Right here. Don't mind my storage of these sharp end mills. It's not exactly orthodox. It's quite the opposite. Yep, automatic pancreas system, Android APS. It is one of the only open source tools that doesn't have some kind of a weird innuendo name. So I'm using an end mill just so that I can have a flat surface at the bottom of whatever I'm about to drill. I'm just going to use the drill, although it's probably going to kick around in my hand a little bit. I should use the milling machine, but it needs some. We need to work on the milling machine at some point. That's another one of those side projects that I'm talking about. Is the milling machine is not in its best right now. We need to break it down, break down the milling machine. We need to refurbish or re-grease a lot of the stuff. A lot of the slide rails and stuff like that are not greased well. They're greased from the factory. We need to, reassemble it and make sure that the bed moves correctly, because I never did that. I never adjusted the slides. Possibly replace the motor, although I don't know if we'll have time to do that, so maybe not this round. And then, what else do we need to do? Oh, I need to fix the rail, the 1X rail. But I need to, like, fully disassemble the gearbox and stuff. Oh, God. It just needs a round of maintenance. But I think in doing that maintenance, I need to just, like, fix a couple things. Why is it so crooked? Weird. I'm just going nice and slow with this because I don't want it to catch and hurt me. And it's plastic, so this should be. Oh, the reason it's crooked is because part of this end mill has been like machined. It's been machined away. How far is that going to go? On this. Be careful not to hurt the wiring when I do this. Why is that crooked? I'm gonna tap that. I'm actually gonna tap this instead of just pressure fitting it. Rage Against it. I love all the conservatives that are suddenly like, I didn't know Rage Against the Machine was suddenly political, and it's like, have you been listening to these lyrics like ever? Like, Rage Against the Machine has had one of the most consistent messages as a band. Oh, I don't want my music to be political. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Music and politics have gone hand in hand for forever, since we've had music. Yeah, who do they think the machine was? Do they think it's like Office Space? Like, yeah, I don't really like my printer. I'm gonna play Rage Against the Machine during my conservative political rally. It's like, you're dumb. You're dumb. You're chronically dumb. Stop being dumb. Don't be dumb. Oh yeah, they were invited to do a live performance where they were told, could you perhaps not swear for our audience? You don't tell Rage Against the Machine to not swear. Let's just put it that way. One of their more popular songs is "Fuck You, I Won't Do What You Tell Me." How did they see that in their mind's eye going? That little exchange. I'm actually tapping PETG because it's possible. I always like when I get the opportunity to do this because it taps very easily and it holds a good thread. It's a very strong filament, so you could do this very, very easily. Sad they're for the machine now. I don't think they were... What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? They're not for the machine. What are you talking about? All right, back that one out a little bit. Give it a little back and forth. That'll promote not dragging chips over everything. PC load letter. What does it even mean? Hup, 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 hup. It taps a lot faster, so this is like tiring. Bop, 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 bop. Okay. Carefully. You gotta be careful at the very end, because the way that these things cut, the threads is it cuts away material with the very top of the bit, but it tapers out. So as you keep going, it's cutting more and more with every turn. But as you back it out, you've suddenly got something that barely fits your threads, following your threads, and it's a cutting edge. You got to be careful about that because you can really mess up threads if you allow the weight of the tap to crookedize everything at the end. So as you get to the end of the threads, you very carefully support it and you just very carefully back it out, and it should come out without trouble. But yeah, you got to be careful. Tapping drills. Tapping drills are nice to have. I have a generic drill set. Usually I just try to get close, but that ends up ruining taps because they'll end up biting off more material than they're designed for, which is a problem because what that does is then the wait, why is that going in so rough? Did I already cross thread it? What's going on here? There we go. That seems, it's getting harder to turn, and I don't know why. Yeah, I don't learn to machine stuff. learn to make your own threads. I don't feel the need to 3D print threads immediately into something. Well, there's a little gap in that still. I could go a little further with the end mill on a drill in order to push that down a little bit, or I could just keep it where it is. But then the force of the thing against this, yeah, I want to spread the force out. So I need to... I don't want it to break my 3D print again. I don't know why this is so rough, though. These should be the right threads. Feels like I'm breaking it. Usually it's like a nice smooth... I should be able to just go like that, and it should screw in, and then I can tighten it. But that's not what it feels like. There's a lot of resistance. Not what it feels like. Maybe I used the wrong tap size. Well, there are threads in it now. All right, let's lower this a little bit more. Now, I got to be really careful about this because a nozzle versus thread size chart. That would be interesting. That'd be a good little chart to make. I got to be careful with this because this is an end mill, and end mills are not kind. I think this is a relatively dull end mill. But if it bites in and starts moving this thing, I don't want this to bash my fingers up or, you know, I don't want to get in contact with this cutting blade. And because it's from some derelict machine shop, there's a weird cut in this thing that causes it to mount a little bit crooked in the end of the drill. You can see it's moving back and forth there. So I'm not doing high speed milling right now. It's got my meat pudding fingers are touching this thing. So I'm just going very easy with it. Going very easy with it and just backing it out a little bit. It's a pretty crooked hole. I don't know what's going on there. You know, it's possible that I could use a grinder on for like the Dremel. I think the unevenness of the end mill is also affecting it pretty badly. I just want to make sure about the threads that I tapped. Make sure they're the right size. I think maybe it's just the machine. Yeah, it is the right size. Everything about that is correct. Why is that going in so easy, but then the load cell is putting up a lot of resistance? Look at that. That's like super duper easy. It's over easy. It's eggs. Look at those eggs. Poking out the other end? Yes, sure it is. There's just like a little button on the inside of this thing where it sort of captures the spring and has enough threads to cover the load cell. But yeah, that should work just fine. It puts up a fight when I put it in here. Yeah, see, there it goes. It's like, yeah, suddenly hard to screw in. What are you doing to me, you bastard? There we go. All right, cool. So now that meets up with the entire thing, the entire pad at the bottom, because I've got this piece here where all the force is coming in and hitting this outer edge that'll break if it's not supported. So now it's supported. It's not on the collar. So if we get bad readings from it, I'll have to figure out, well, if we get bad readings from the load cell, I'll have to flip it around. And at least that way we'll have a larger area up there. I got a follow from somebody that sounds like my friend's band, I guess band group. All right, so that goes in here like that, and I'm just relying on the ridges of the 3D print to hold these two together, because I mean this just deals with compressive force, not any kind of other side loading or anything like that. So that makes up this little Halloween themed piston that gets pressed down when you hit the brakes. And so there's a little bit of resistance from the pedal. It doesn't exactly feel like hitting the brakes of a real car, but it's close. It's close. Close enough. And it has that kind of feedback for the user. The curve of the force is good because the spring, you know, spring constants being what they are, the way they work, the math behind a spring, it all works out, and it communicates to the person driving the vehicle or, you know, using the setup that brakes are being applied. It is still a little light. I mean, the spring is a little light, but it's all I got. That's all I can provide it with. Now I put a washer on this side in order to spread the force out a little bit so it doesn't end up machining aluminum away. Let's see. I think I need to install this piecemeal. I think I need to go bit by bit on this. So the first thing in is this. And then where'd the bolt go? It's right there. It's right there. Get him. All right, line that up. Get the bolt in. Hello? It should have taken 4 seconds, but it had to be a whole thing. Had to be a whole thing just because my setup, my 3D printer was angry at me. You gotta do a trial run to figure out. You looked around. Nobody's doing anything like that. Because yeah, that's a good piece of information to have. What nozzle do I need for XYZ threads? I would assume that like wood screw threads would be the best. Actually, the best are The best are, what do you call it again? The best threads that you could possibly use for that sort of application would be bone screws. Orthopedic, there we go, orthopedic screws, because they've got a variety of different thread sizes and types. Orthopedic surgery is a very interesting thing because the tools that they use look a lot like the tools that I'm using today. They have taps, they have screws, they have bolts, they use hammers, they use hex keys. Well, not hex keys, I think they're all Torx, because Torx is the superior type, in order to attach literal hardware to your body. Pretty incredible stuff. Ow, ow, my thumbs, ow, my thumbs. Ow. Yeah, the verbatim Google search has been just an absolute godsend. You have to tell Google that you don't want to search it in, like, advertisement terms. There's a little bit of spring from the bar, but not much. At least in terms of hand braking, aka braking with my hands. But like, now that we've got that little bit of extra movement on this piece, this is straight back and forth. It has a little bit of wiggle room here so that it's not going to be destroying anything. Pretty good. Yeah, that's not going to explode. I'm happy about this. Is like way more professional than it was before. This is pretty damn good, actually, if I'm honest. Should I put 2 washers on it? That 1 washer seems like it might. Now we'll put 1 washer on it. And then this one is the bitey flared screw. This one doesn't have to do much. All it has to do is just keep it from moving. Let's get a wrench on it. Okay, or I could drop the wrench on my Stream Deck and possibly ruin my setup. Cool. That's great. It's good. I like that. Of course it's not. I only have a couple wrenches that I keep over here, and it's none of the sizes. I think this is the one that worked. This wrench specifically is for SMA connectors. This one is for tightening those little radio connectors. You generally should only be doing those hand tight, but if you work in an RF environment, like with a lot of RF equipment, you end up tightening those a lot, and they tend to chew up your fingers after a little while. So it's nice to have something like this. I also have a very special SMA wrench. Look at this thing. Where did I put those? Are they down here? Oh, I don't know where I put them. Hold on. I gotta find it. I gotta find my special wrench. I'm gonna show you, chat. I'm gonna show you my special wrench. My special wrenches. You'll see. You'll all see my special SMA wrench. Okay, yeah, these. So this is a special SMA wrench, and it is designed as a torque out wrench. This is from Agilent, but you tighten the SMA plug until it pops away. And then you get just the right amount of torque on it without ruining anything. Because if you over tighten it, you can crush the what is it called? The sheath inside the coax. So yeah, very specific. If you're on a site and you're doing a lot of RF stuff and you got to tighten up a lot of SMA plugs, pretty cool. I think you can get them on eBay. This is calibrated, and there's a calibration sticker on the back. Here, let's see how much these things, let's see what they go for. Agilent. In stock. No price. Get a quote. You can get a set of these for 20 bucks. And they're off-brand and they're not calibrated, but they're probably fine. The ones from Agilent, oof, $275 for that one. I have that one, by the way. $200 for the brand name ones. But if you wanna just, there we go. There's the one that I have. $200? Are you kidding me? That one's new in the package, but Damn, son. They come with some RF equipment, but like the AliExpress ones are just, this is just fine. It's $20. All it is a spring and a ball joint, right? Just a spring and a ball joint. It just cams out whenever you get to the right torque. I like these things. I should use them more. I bring these with me to the LAN party. Put my little Wi-Fi antenna in. Oop. It's the brand name that makes it so expensive. All right. I think that completes the brake pedal. The stuff that we wanted to do to the brake pedal. The only thing that would remain is to change the springing on it and to make it feel a little bit more like it's a hydraulic system. But we don't need to do that now. Because I think the preload that we've given it by having the load cell here. Oh, you guys can't see that. Come on over here. I gotta put tools away just a sec. So now we have what we could refer to as a spring bar. Oh, and look, it's a little. Yeah, I think the hole could go down a little bit from where it is right now. Oh, and that needs to move over to the side. Hold on, we're not done yet. We're not done yet. It does look like it needs to be a little crooked. Just because of we didn't exactly measure anything. Shuffle all the emotes around. Are you clicking them from your favorite bar? Because that's why it would shuffle. That's the only instance under which I think it would shuffle it. If you look at the stock emotes, it usually keeps them relatively static. But like, I don't know, Discord thinks that you have certain emotes that are your favorites, and then there's ones down further on the list, and if you use it once, it'll end up at the front of the list. It's like, what? It randomizes them when you click on them sometimes. Weird. I've gotten in the habit of just knowing the emote name and just you know, starting to type it and then hitting tab. It's a good one to do. All right, what's gonna break? I already heard something crack. I'm trying to put weight on it right now. Oh, there's more cracking. Okay, what's breaking? I don't think anything's breaking. I think it might just be at a little bit of a funky angle. Oh, you know what it is? It's these two are settling into one another. Tab complete was fucky from yesterday. Was only selecting BTTV emotes. Now it's back to normal. Weird. I had that problem with Discord yesterday, and it's still happening, where if you click on a channel, it ends up putting you like in a weird spot in the channel, and you have to scroll down to see what the latest thing was. That's really annoying. That is so much more stable than what I had before. So what we've done, for those of you that don't know, because we got a bit of a revolving door here. People come and go, right? They come and go. Anyway, we've done a little bit of improvements on the brake pedal, not in the overall design, but in the way that I've decided to mount it. Now, see, previously, I had this piston pushing against this little weirdo looking pad that I designed. So the weirdo looking pad would go inside of the hole for the master cylinder, right? As it were, the kinematics involved in that entire equation are bad, and they should feel bad. Basically what was happening is you hit the pedal. This thing still looks a little bit crooked, and I can see a little bit of light. So it looks like the well, I think that'll be okay. I think it can tolerate that. It's not perfect, but it'll be okay. So what I had is I had this little pad that would sit in the hole for the master cylinder, and when you apply the brakes, it would press against this piece, which was on the bar that would mount the pedal cluster. And so what that's doing is it's trying to separate the pedal cluster from the bar. And so everything started moving around in weird ways that I didn't want it to move. Instead, what we have now is a basic bitch piece of aluminum. We just got a scrap piece of aluminum, threw this stuff in there, very haphazardly drilled some holes in it, and now we have a cross beam, which might get a little bendy under heavy braking. I'm a little concerned about that, but I think these bolts will hold it back for the most part. We're just using stuff that I have lying around, right? I'm trying to be as flexible as Flatulent Gonad is in his usage of carbon foam. he made his pedal cluster with wood in like 2 days. He was still working on a lot of that stuff on his stream. But in terms of the mechanical stuff, it's like he was done in record time compared to me. And I had to take a step back and be like, man, I need to work faster. So we've gone back to the stuff that I'm used to doing, which is putting a bracket in something, right? Pedal cluster makes me think of a cereal. What if we made like an automotive themed cereal and every couple months we come out with a new flavor? So 1 month we come out with pedal clusters and oats. I over-engineered. I under-engineered the previous one. So the previous one had this pivot on the brake pedal, right? It had this pivot on the brake pedal, and I made a cutout for that pivot so that I could function a little bit, you know, so that I could go up and down and be kind of supported and stuff. But what I didn't do was give it a cut here. And so without that cut there, this could only flex so much. So what it ended up doing was breaking this part, and this is the part that interfaces with the load cell. So it broke that part because what it would do, and I didn't print another one of these because that part didn't break, but it would push it at an angle, and that ended up stressing this part out, which is the receiver of all of that force, breaking and cracking it. I had washers in here in order to in order to hit just the shoulder of the load cell. Now, we looked up the data sheet on the load cell, didn't get a lot of information about exactly how it works, and I'm kind of annoyed with that. With these button load cell, the button style load cells, basically one of the pieces of metal is used as a diaphragm, and that diaphragm flexes microscopically in order to move a micro electromechanical system, a MEMS system that will report a different, very, very small difference in resistance. So in order to have that diaphragm function properly, or the diaphragm function properly, we have a washer at the bottom of this thing for the hole that I've drilled for the load cell's attachment. We have a washer down there, and that is focusing the force on the little edge of that screw. Now, if we still have troubles with it, I may have to put a bolt there and then bolt it on the other side as well. And the bolt will concentrate the force onto that center attachment point and not the disc, right? So that's the important thing, is we need to load this thread and not the disc surrounding. Now, the one with the larger shoulder, that doesn't have as much of a diaphragm. That one is connected to the body of the whole thing. So we do not need to focus force on just this threaded piece on this side. On the other side, there is a much smaller shoulder because that's the one that's supposed to move. When I say move, I mean microscopically move. Thank you for the fart. We have a machine in here that is a battery, or sorry, it's plugged into the wall. It gets on the Wi-Fi. It signs in to the Twitch API, and when somebody redeems channel points, it makes a fart noise. It just lets out a random fart, one of 9 sounds. Just the Wheatstone bridge. Yep. Well, it's a MEMS with a Wheatstone bridge, so it's a very and actually you can buy just force sensing stuff. That's what the saitek the saitek X65F is. The X65F is a joystick where it doesn't articulate at all. It's just a metal rod. But that metal rod has a bunch of these flexible MEMS, orange circuit board pieces taped to it or glued to it in a particular way so that when the bar flexes, they're able to read that on the Wheatstone bridge. So you can do twist on just a metal bar. You can do 2 axes just on a metal bar. It's just a metal bar, nothing moves. I have that joystick. I'm looking at it right now. That's why I looked up to the side. I have that joystick. I love the throttle for it, and I want to put that throttle in the system that I have, my 2 joystick system. But without articulation and literally no other indicator to you that you are at the maximum travel of the joystick, you end up white knuckle with this thing and your whole arm is tired because you're trying to wrench this thing from side to side. You don't know what the input is. You don't know if you're going lock to lock on the input. There's no indicator at all. I was going to add force feedback. I was going to add a little vibrator to it that would sort of give you a buzz when you got to the maximum so that I wouldn't be there white knuckle. From what I hear of the F16, it has about 1 inch of articulation, and then from there it's force sensing. I don't know how they do it though. I mean, I guess in that case, the force feedback is the entire fucking plane moving around, right? In my setup, with me just a big fat guy playing games, I didn't know where the limits were. And so when I had the joystick on my desk, just on the normal stand, and it wasn't screwed into anything, it actually, I would get to the point where I would try to do a maneuver, and I'd end up punching my desk. The whole thing would cantilever over, and I'd punch my desk. My brake pedal still uses a Hall effect sensor. It's a pretty short distance, but it's still a nice output. Yeah, Hall effects do good outputs. The one that I have in the clutch pedal, I had to tune it so that the center location was good, and then it just has a beautiful feedback to it. I still need to get that right though, because in my car, as soon as I touch the clutch, it starts engaging. So it goes from nothing to just about here, and then this whole travel right here is nothing. It's a big old nothing burger. It's basically how I rest my foot. Found having the stick way too high up on the desk makes you add loads of force. Maybe it just needs lowering a bit. All right, this is where I jump down your throat. Reaching over to where I have it. What do you think I did? What do you think I did? What do you think I did? I already thought of everything. You're dumb. I had a machinist buddy before I had my mill machine me this plate right here. And that's all the attachments for the Saitek X65F. This joystick doesn't move. It doesn't move. So I clipped it to the side of the desk. And I had it down here. But you end up white knuckle on this thing. Like, I love this. It's really cool, but the buttons are a little cheap feeling, by the way, on this joystick. They're a little cheap feeling. But what I did is I had this, and then it just clipped to the desk. And so when I was trying to twist it, I ended up twisting it on the mount. And so I added a cross beam and another clamp for the throttle. So I had the two things with a cross beam and a clamp. Funny where those parts go, because those are exactly what made up, those exact parts are the steering wheel now. So yeah, this thing was all right. It was all right. The buttons are very cheap feeling. Joystick is metal, so it has a nice cold feeling in your hand when you start out. I do like all of the button layouts on it. I could use a two-stage trigger. This is all right. It's not great. But the absolutely no feedback at all whatsoever system was not good. I needed to put, and I bought some parts to do this, but I was going to try to put vibrator motors just on the whole thing, so that when I reached a maximum, it would buzz me for like like an eighth of a second. It would just go beep, so that when you hit that max, it goes beep, beep, bop, and just gives you a little indicator of what's going on. Or you could have it, very similar to what they did with the Steam controller and all that stuff. Steam Deck, Steam VR, Steam, double Steam, triple Steam, Cleveland Steam. Anyway, I like this joystick conceptually, but in practice, it's hard to sort of separate the vectors. In the F16, they give you 1 inch of articulation, and then it's force sensitive. And I wonder what that's like. Yeah, giving it haptics and then maybe giving it a little articulation would be pretty cool. But I'm not about to jump down that project. I'm not about to launch into that venture. This thing, it was an old thing that I did. We're doing the steering wheel now, though. Steering wheel's new best friend. How did I cut this piece? I think maybe I got it pre-cut. Why is it still shiny? My cuts don't look that good. Cuts from the factory look like that. I'm like, that's a beautiful cut. Anyway, so yeah, that's this is the force sensitive joystick. Similar technology in here, and I actually found a thing that tells you how to orient the MEMS sensors so that you get X, Y, and twist. You can get a bunch of other data from it too if you orient your sensors in the right way. And if you take this apart, you can see where they put all the MEMS sensors on the pole. So they're just measuring microscopic deflection of a rod of steel. That's it. It's just a rod of metal. And it's supposed to be strong enough that the human can't bend it. But that's what this does. But it does it with a diaphragm that pushes it in and out. So that's why this edge at the bottom has to be sort of open, and why we can't spread the force out to the whole thing. I just hope that this piece doesn't bend. Otherwise, I'll have to find a thicker piece. Okay, let me put this back on the shelf. I love the 65F. The throttle for it is amazing. Let me show you the throttle. Let me show you the beautiful throttle. Oh God, there's a lot of stuff leaning on it. I got a bunch of stuff leaning on the, oh God, everything's falling. There's a bunch of cables coming out of this. We need to redo this so that there aren't a ton of cables coming out of it, and so I can use it with a microcontroller, because they use the throttle as the base for the joystick, and I don't need all the electronics in this thing. I had to put tape on it because the paint's coming off. This throttle I absolutely adore. So it has a mouse that you can click in. Some kind of a bullet button. I don't know what the hell that is. I don't know. It's just the bullet bill button. This is one 4-way. This is another 4-way button. Twisties down here that have a detent on them. So it's got a center detent on that thing. Top one also has a center detent. It clicks in. This one clicks in. 4 mode switches, which on this joystick actually show you on a little panel what mode you've chosen. I don't want that. I don't want to have a little extra panel, because, you know, part of this is that I would be in VR and wouldn't be able to see anything. You can adjust how heavy the throttle is, and then you've got an up-down on your pinky. You've got one 4-way and then another 4-way castle just on your two. It's like every single part of your body. Oh, and this one is just a clicky scroll wheel. So it's just an infinite scroller, but it's on your pinky. I guess that would be index finger. And then if you want, pull the thing, separate your throttles. Yeah, this thing is great. It puts so many buttons at your fingertip that you'll never run out. But because it's got all this crap that it plugs into, I want to get rid of that and then replace it just with, like, you know, Arduino stuff. It has a center detent, I think. No, it has 0 throttle detent, just barely not 0 throttle detent, just barely full throttle, and then full throttle detent. So there's like a little thing that it runs into. Yeah, there's one right there, one right. Oh wait, there's one right here. Weird. I feel like they're moving. But yeah, this is my favorite throttle. This is my favorite throttle of any joystick that I've ever experienced. I don't like the Warthog one where it's a box of buttons. This one instead puts everything at your fingers. Everything you'd ever need is just right at your fingertips. Pretty cool. I'm a big fan of input devices, if you guys didn't know. If you guys hadn't already figured that one out. This one I got from a Redditor that was looking for a good home for it. And as evidenced by the dust, I don't think I've lived up to expectations. But one day, we'll get back to the dual joystick project where we can get this thing running in tandem with everything else. I want to have the dual joysticks for, you know, dog fighting in space, but then I want the throttle too for trucking. For, you know, just to, I want to set a throttle and then be able to walk away. So I love this thing. It's got a very nice feel to it. If you can, I don't know if you can source a broken X65 TurboNAD. And I don't know if saitek, maybe other generations of saitek have the same layout. But yeah, let's put that away. All right, put that away. That's my favorite joystick throttle. Well, partially away because I need to pack all the wires in there. Ugh. God, that was a lot of dust. Yeah, your 3D printed one is good. I mean, whatever. It's good. It's all you need. Especially, you know, because here's one of the problems with such an insane. You're using it for driving the boat at MSC. Okay, that's awesome. Here's the thing about all this stuff, all this sim stuff, all this complicated crap that we're building on these streams. Both myself and TurboNAD and any of the other people that stream building the sim setup. It's that games aren't really designed for this stuff anymore. You know, 90% of the games out there are designed for some schmo to be sitting on the couch with a controller and controlling everything just with that controller. So you hold down a button, you get one response. You tap a button, you get another. Shoulder buttons will do one thing. A button could switch you over to a different bank of controls. They do that kind of stuff in order to make sure that you have enough control over the stuff without having to have all of the accessories. I like having all of that stuff because it feels special, but nowadays, I mean, geez, you look at the control and you hit F and then your character flips the switch. It's more immersive than a sim setup because you don't have this weirdo switch that you've wired up to a controller. Instead, your character in game is the thing that flips it, and part of the game is finding the button and flipping it and making the thing do the thing. You know, DCS World is like that. You know, you look at the button, you flip it. Instead of, oh, you don't have the right controller, so you don't get to flip this button properly. That's not a thing. MSC controller built with real... What is Evinrude? What? Oh, a real boat throttle type thing. Yeah, TurboNat is working on parking brake / helicopter elevation control / twist for the boat. Evinrude is a brand of boat engine. Yeah, all right. I kind of put that together. So we don't need any of this stuff. This is all dead. It's all dead prints. I don't know what's up with that filament. Maybe I'll explore that in the near future because I like that color a lot. I don't think it's a moisture problem, but that is one of the leading theories. We have a brake pedal that I can really wrench on now. I can actually push down the brake pedal. Collective pitch job. You need like an XY axis on every single thing. Yeah, what you need to do is remove a pin and have it go right and left to control the boat. So you twist and go right and left. Oh my god. Ridiculous. And then I have a button on the end that puts it in reverse. The one thing that I need from my summer car that is not offered, and the controls settings from the launcher that don't do anything, have it. And that's to have a button that starts the car. Because then, sitting in my setup, if I crash, I can start the car up again and keep moving. That's something that I need to have, but you can't. There's no control for starting the car. You need to look at this. You need to look at the key and flip it. So, because that's really the space in which all of this simulator stuff kind of breaks down, is that you can't expect everyone to have hundreds of dollars of equipment. Now with the driving stuff, slightly different because there's a whole class of games that use car controls, which consist of a couple pedals, a steering wheel, possibly an e-brake. So in that sense, dumping all the money that I've dumped into this is not all that bad. But again, certain games aren't going to have anything that you can do with your beautiful simulator setup. Your beautiful shirt that you've ruined with a glow stick. All right, we're not done with hardware yet. I'm just kind of like getting all the sensitive stuff out of the way. Yeah, a button to start the car would be very nice. Because I would have actually put like a physical key switch on that. Okay, next piece is to actually get the pedals over here. And if we can get them mounted at an angle, that would be very nice. However, I may need to cut stuff in order to make that happen. I may need to cut the beam, because I don't exactly have that ability. But I'm wondering how I'm going to bolster everything on that beam. You see, this sits very pleasantly on a 2-slot wide piece of 80/20, which is the English standard extrusion rail. That sits on this. Just like so. So that just mounts in there like that. Easy peasy. Only problem is, now that the pedal cluster had to be moved, it had to be moved down so that I could reach the pedal, or so that I could go under the desk, right? Had to be moved down so that it could go under the desk, and as a result, the angle of my feet is different on the pedals. If you look at See if I can find something here. I mean, there's that universal measurement thing, but that doesn't really display it properly. Okay, yeah. Get my double bass going on. Let's see here. What do we got? No, not assigned seating. Well, I can just do the ergonomics. So vehicle, driver ergonomics. Oh, here, that might... Doesn't quite show you... Well, it's close. This one's close. God, it's going to be some dumpy article. Oh my God, so many pixels in this image. This is just a joke. What the hell? This is all on the same setup. That's not how this works. Oh boy. Okay, that's not what I'm trying to convey. It's having to do with the height of your seat, basically. So depending on where the floor is, your feet are going to be at a different angle, and then your ankles and what do you call that? The ball of your foot, maybe? But yeah, different driving positions, right? So the pedals need to accommodate for that. The throw of the pedals is great, but I need to be able to rest my feet on the bottom thing and still be able to reach everything. This is the big diagram right here, I think. This one accounts for 3 different types of like vehicle, right? Like a race car, a consumer car, race car, sports car, van, right? So 3 different heights from the pedals. We're talking like van ergonomics with this setup. I don't have a racing pit. Before I had kind of sport, or at least slightly sports car normal height, but that doesn't fit under the desk. So now we're going with van, which is your typical, you know, steering wheel on the desk, feet on the floor kind of thing. Trucker flat rim. I can't find good pictures of it. Here we go. This is it. There it is. So this is how we're driving. Thumbs up. Okay, so yeah, anyway, it's an elevated seating position, and so I need to tilt the pedals backwards a little bit. What I did with the gas pedal was just print out a different piece that had a slope to it. But I can't do that with these. These mount on this flat bar. And so what do? I can angle the bar backwards a little bit. I really don't need much. I need like this, right? Like 15 degrees. So what I was gonna do is mount this piece here. I threaded those 2 ends, and I was gonna use that as a pivot. But then if I press the brakes, I'm putting all that force into this pivot, into the 2 pivots. So I'd have to tighten the ever-living crap out of them or make a brace for the top. How would that work? I don't know how to do this. That's the only working model that I have. My other thought was to utilize the oblong angle iron holes so that this could stretch a little bit from where it needs to mount. Like, does that line up? If I do that and that, and I can get this in and this into the same beam, which would mean, hold on, that would be here, and then the beam would go. I need just like a scrap piece. Where's this? Chat, give me a scrap piece. Why? Chat, give me a scrap piece. What's wrong with you? Hold on, let me go get a scrap piece. Oh wait, I got one right here. I got one right here, chat. You don't have to get it anymore. Don't worry about it. All right, so if we've got, we'll just theory crafting this thing a little bit. Let's see if we can come up with a solution on the bench. Where did my wrenches go? Oh, there they are. Hold on, let me get my wrenches. I know you're in the, no, be careful in the chat. Be careful in the scrap pile, all right? You're gonna hurt yourself. You're gonna hurt yourself. There's a lot of sharp edges. I sent you there on a one-way mission. All right, let's get these off of it for now. That's the wrong size. Wait, no, it's not. I threaded these myself. But yeah, these are real car pedals. So we've cracked it. Figured out how to use real car pedals in the simulator so that it feels like I'm driving a luxury car. which was my goal. I didn't want it to feel like I was driving a race car. I wanted to make it feel like I was driving a luxury sedan. Because I'm used to that. That's what I'm used to. Silver spoon and all that jazz. So, that's not going to work. That ain't gonna work. You guys can't even see what I'm doing because there's no light on anything. All right, hold on. Let's, I want to put a bolt in there, but I don't think this is going to work because I don't have a cleat that matches that enormous thing. That is a fixed cleat. That's not going to work in this. I'm going to need a sliding... Unfortunately, I'm going to need one of these little, like, slide-in cleats. So use that there. Hopefully we have enough threads. I think we do. Nope. Not even close. All right, I need slightly longer hardware. Do I have it, though? Well, that one can be one of these. It won't get in the way if it's one of these cap heads. I'm also out of the cap heads. Of course I am. Too long. That one might do with a washer, of course, because it falls all the way through without one. Just trying to put together a little test to see if we can figure out what will lock this thing down, given the amount of force that I'm going to be putting through it. I need a smaller cleat for that, or larger hardware. I don't think I have. I have like something that matches that up here. That's a Phillips head. I need like a slightly longer one of these. Well, for now I can just, okay, let me get the 80/20 cleats, because I'll just get a smaller cleat for that. Oh wait, or this. We'll use this. There we go. Okay, that does that. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so we do that. Put this one through there. It's only 2 o'clock. The afternoon is going a little slower than this. Nope, can't stick out the bottom, because then it'll... Actually, that might barely work. That might just barely work. Why didn't it... Ugh. I hate these things. I hate these things. They like... They don't do that little turn that they're supposed to do. There we go. All right, so this is what we have to deal with. This is okay, there we go. This is what we have to deal with. So this is the minimum angle. I think it might be a little bit extreme, but if we can make it work, I'll be very happy. It might be a little bit extreme. So I need to somehow lock this in. This would be the minimum angle, and then it would increase if I move that back. Now, what would be another alternative to this? If I cut the beam enough that it mounts on the inside here, that might be the way to go. I might need to cut a significant amount off of this bar so that I can have... No, but then this interferes. Okay, what if it mounted on the inside? Well, if it mounted on the outside, first of all, let's just look at our options here. These have oval holes in them. I could maybe mount one there. It doesn't quite reach. It's close. I could maybe mount one here, and that would help to lock it down so that it doesn't move at all. Right? That sort of increases its mounting position. Here it's just not happening. There's no solution there. Outside? No, same deal. Same deal on the other side. So my only option would be to do that. And then if the angle needs to increase, which would be insane, I have no options. If the angle needs to decrease, I still have no options. It's just there's no handling this. Okay, so that's one. I've got a different angle iron over here. A different angle iron and move it over to this area over here. these guys. These are 80-20 net parts, but they seem to be a little weaker. They don't have the sort of supports. However, if I mount them, I have the sliding hole, the oval hole. So that one would mount better here. Right, that actually reaches. It obviously can't go there. I think let's try moving this to the other side. My guess is as good as yours, chat. Nobody's suggesting anything today. It's fun when we do mechanical stuff. Suddenly everybody's quiet. This is usually not the case. Usually I'm getting all kinds of inane stuff. All the streamers that are more worth watching have gone online. What's my glucose level doing? It's kind of tapering down a little bit. Booyah? What are you booyahing me for? I gotta start looking into the Android APS stuff soon. I can only make... You're over quota, Groovy. No, I'm happy to have you watching, Groove. Don't worry about needing to get participation trophies, chat. If I start complaining about chat not moving, that's a pretty big faux pas with streaming. I really shouldn't do that. Sometimes I do, though. So if we mount it on the inside, if I cut a significant amount off of this bar, then I get less of an angle, which I think is good, and I think I get more of an option to have the cleats I just got here. Listen, that's your fault for being tardy. Don't be tardy. No. That's another faux pas. My only problem is when I use up these two brackets, I'm inevitably going to need them for something. You know, these guys, I've only got the two of them. Like if we go back to the joystick project, one of the pieces of the joystick project is that I've got a MIDI pad in front of me. It's a little USB MIDI pad that I use for like spaceship functions. They're just big punch pads. It's really fun to use, but I think, well, at that point I can just buy. The problem is 80-20 parts are so expensive. I don't want to spend like $20 to $40 on two brackets. I would always think that my stream is dead or something. I'm not a good streamer. Ah, man, you know, starting out and having a small audience is tough, but it's a necessary thing, and you got to get over a lot of that stuff. You know, a lot of the stupid things that I still do to this day. Having a regular streaming schedule is the biggest thing you can do, though. So this one I can bolster from here. I can do this. And I think I like that because that spreads the love. And then if I need to get more of an angle, I can go here. But that, my drink. I'm glad that was empty. That'll sit like this because this post is straight up and down. And then that gives us that little angle. And when I'm pushing on it, kinematically, I'm using the word kinematic a lot because it's a fun word. But the force of braking is going into this bolt. And these are weird. They probably need a larger washer on them. But that'll give me my slight angle. And then if I need to up the angle, I can do that. And then all the force is still going into this, but it's kind of angling downwards. So it'd be pushing this thing that way and this one this way a little bit. But I can still get more of an angle that way. And if I need more of an angle, I can't. I'm scratching all the anodization here. So like that. I think that's our plan. I think that's what we're doing. So I need to figure out how much of this I'm cutting off. Snip, snip, motherfucker. Let's do this. This will be good progress. Good progress. I'm going to have to use a circular saw today. People are going to think I'm doing weird shit down here. Usually I don't make a ton of noise. I mean, we could try I'm not going to use the milling machine. It takes like a half an hour for me to do one cut. Why angle? We've been over this. Here. So, what happened with my steering wheel system? Basically what the setup that I've got, and this is just something that's like making fun of different drivers, but in this, how to adjust your seat position, I don't care. Who cares about seat position? What I'm talking about is distance to the floor, right? So between my butt and the floor, the distance has changed. What happened was, because in a car, if you're sitting like this, which is what I expected to be sitting like, right? I expected to be in this situation. However, the pedals have height to them. They have a lot of height to them. And so under my system, it turns out with your wheel here and a desktop here, the mechanical stuff for the pedals ends up going up above that desktop level. So it doesn't fit. So what I had to do is lower that floor. I had to lower the floor, which essentially put me in any of these three categories, right? So, I mean, these are just making fun of other drivers, but between this and this is basically what we're talking about. So I'm checking my watch, I got my arm out of the side of the window, and there's more distance here now between my butt and my feet. So with the pedals set up to have my feet at this angle, they now want to be at this angle. It didn't work because my feet started to hurt because they were too high, they were up too high. So what we need to do is put the pedals at that angle, possibly lower them a little bit, and then I'll be able to sit at the chair and comfortably rest my foot against the pedals. That way they feel more natural and they're more intuitive. That's what's going to make me possibly able to win the rally. Possibly, maybe. So within the purview of the way I've designed this system, I needed to angle the pedals, these guys, and move them around using all of the stuff that I have. I'm not buying anything new. No, it's not about stealing a different chair. Because if I did that, all right, so if I got a different chair, then the wheel would be up in my face, which the wheel is a little low in the system. It's a little low. Eventually, I'm going to break down and just get like a junkyard car chair. It has to be leather. I have to make a luxury car because it's funnier. It's funnier to make a luxury car, chat. I'm not going to make a race car, but eventually I will get a luxury car chair and like a nice leather one. And then I'll have it on the floor and I'll be able to put my feet up on it and I'll have some dumpy monitor on it that I can use. I'm looking for car seats too. Yeah, I wanted to do a desk chair because like if you find a good leather like BMW chair, they're pretty nice. It's a nice place to be. They're designed to be sat in for, hours on end. So buy a real car and cut it up. How am I going to fit it down here? How am I going to get it down here? I'll have to do a reverse Jalopnik article where I have all the excavators dig a ramp out there and then I can move the car down here. A reverse Jalopnik for the guy who puts a welder in his basement and thinks it's totally fine. It's fine. It's just Krypton argon. Let's just outgas it all over the basement. Giant fake leather recliner. It's fine, but it's too wide. So yeah, you've got everything is kind of floating around the big luxury chair. I have an office chair. As an engineer who sits in chairs for many hours a day, it's very important to choose a good chair. And a good chair has breathing. It can breathe. It has ventilation. So your farts don't get locked into a leather chair, right? So I would have gone all mesh, but I went a little cheaper. It was like a $400 at the time chair. Sink money into ergonomics, chat. Do it. Your desktop just holds shit up. Your chair has to support your body in such a way as to not, so it doesn't explode, right? You burst into ashes if you don't have the right ergonomics on your chair. So you can get your Aeron chairs. The racing seat chairs are, I swear, they're a fucking failed racing seat company that went, if we put a swivel base on this, we can sell this to gamers. And so they do, and they're the least comfortable or ergonomic chairs that you can possibly buy. Don't trust a company that's selling you a fad with your joints, right? Don't do it. This is personal, these are my opinions, okay? So they don't represent my company or my parent company. I don't have a parent company. My parents are my parent company. Anyway, look, it's like, yeah, they're not, I swear, they probably made these seats and tried to sell them to America, and they were like, oh man, these things are death traps. Like, you'll just explode. And so they ended up putting a swivel base on it and selling it to gamers, and all the gamers look at it and go, oh my God, it's perfect. It's like a race car, and the bolsters will hold me up while I'm gaming. You don't need bolsters on your chair for gaming. What the hell? You want to breathe. Your skin needs to breathe, you know? If you want a real hardcore racing chair, what you do is you put a bucket seat in there and then you piss in it. So you're really racing. That's what this was really like to be a racist. I mean, a racer, somebody who races cars. I mean, Jesus Christ. They're not designed for the job that they've given it. I have an ergonomic chair at my desk. It was a $400 chair. I hated the price of it, but I went with it. It's fallen apart, and I put it back together several times. I had to put fat ass legs on it so that I didn't end up breaking it with my fat ass. That's what I'm using as a car seat now in this setup. So it ends up, my legs are at a steeper angle than if I was sitting in a car. So that's basically it. Yeah, I bought like a metal base for the chair, but the metal base was like a section, so it wasn't closed on the bottom. So what they ended up doing is they would, as I sat in the chair, they would flex like that. And so flexing like that on the wheels that I have made them just not work. And so I couldn't move the chair around. And then I looked later on, and it turns out one of the support veins inside of that chair cracked, and that's why the leg was flexing so much. So I bought another metal base. It's the third base that I bought. The first one was plastic, and it ended up flexing. Second one was metal. It ended up breaking. The third one is a closed box section of metal, and that one can support way more than what I weigh. So used to have a gamer chair, just missing the RGB. Yeah, they've got RGB in chairs now. Got a comfy office chair recently. My spine is much happier. Right there. Gotta go wood. What is carbon foam gonna do for me? Going industrial. That's right. Yeah, buy a good office chair. Don't play into fads. It's a bad idea. And I the reason that I'm so adamant and I paused everything to talk about this is like, this is important. This is your body we're talking. This isn't a joke. Like, I'm not joking. I am seriously having a talk, because it really bothers me that these fucking assholes have sort of blown up the spot and like sponsor people to have these terrible, terrible chairs that'll hurt them. It'll hurt people. Like, it's nothing short of that. It's snake oil that's going to hurt you. Anyway, let's get back to measuring this stuff. Let me pull my shitty office chair over here. Put that all the way over here. I'm an engineer. I know a thing or two about sitting around. All right, so I'm sure there are people watching that are sitting in like a folding plastic chair too. That's certain classes, certain number of people that do that. Not good for you. Every time I sit down on it, I'm like, what the fuck was I doing to my body? Yeah. Yeah, you sit in like a steel case chair and you're like, holy shit, what is this? I've wanted to steal a steel case chair from an office sometime in my life. Those, like when you lean back in them, the seat pad moves forward. I saw a picture of a street in New York, like a shop street, that had a gaming chair sitting in the street, and the gaming chair seat was gone, and it was replaced with a toilet bucket. But it was one of those race car gaming chairs. Oh my God. It's a madhouse out there. There's no laws. Where's the other bracket? I need the other one of these. Hold on. Where's the other bracket? I mean, I guess I probably could have used these brackets too, but these are 2020 brackets. So they might not have fit quite right. And they sell all kinds of brackets. I probably could have just bought a bracket that would work, but I keep clicking buttons on the mouse because I keep moving large objects around this desk. Hold on, where's that piece? There it is. When we do mechanical projects, it's always like this. Now, I was thinking about whether or not I could use these things, but I don't think these are the things that go with the brackets that I'm using. So I think these don't quite work in the application as the pivot. These are where it's at. Demi with a sarc emote. How's it going, Demithel? This is why I use wood. No need to find the right bracket. Listen here, you little shit. You little shit. I'm not gonna put up with this sass. You carbon foam. Carbon foam. Ugh. I'm just gonna try to hold this here so I can get a line on it. What are you gonna tell me to measure things next time? You actually tell me to measure stuff too? Like how far are we gonna fall? How far am I gonna fall? Actually sit here and measure stuff. Ugh. Ugh. Dan's gaming all over that. Getting a flat cut on this is gonna be nigh on impossible given the tools that I have. Only measure it after I get it wrong the first time. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna put this on the wooden stool. I'm gonna get my circular saw. We're gonna make an incredible amount of noise, and I'm gonna make most of the cut through this thing, and then at the very end, either the blade's gonna tilt or this thing's gonna fall off in a weird way, and we're gonna get an extremely janky edge here. And then I'm going to go, why can't I ever get this stuff right? And I'll have to finish that edge with a bunch of different tools. I had 2x4s for the garage stuff that I was doing, but I don't have them here. I could have used those in order to bolster the sides of this so that we'd get a nice clean cut surface, but get your clip buttons ready. I was reading a thread on Reddit about table saws. Somebody had their table saw, that super duper table saw safety device, the one that if I ever have a table saw, which I probably won't, I would definitely be buying that device. It's the one that puts a whole block of plastic into the saw blade when it barely, yeah, saw stop. Those things are worth every fucking penny. People are like, oh, they're like $200, $200 to $300. Ew. It's like, dude, it's a finger. It's your whole finger, your whole hand. It saves. So if you use it and it goes off once, first of all, reevaluate your life and get a chicken stick for your fucking table saw, you idiot. Secondly, worth every penny. Really, they scare you more than angle grinders. The angle grinder is the nastiest tool that ever existed. I was missing a chunk of my thumb because of one. I rate the angle grinder way more frightening because it's a handheld tool. But I'll dual wield angle grinders before I use a table saw. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to be in a position where I have a table saw. I don't need a table saw for anything. Nice cuts out of a table saw, but honestly, like, I'd rather have a chop saw. I use angle grinder almost every day. Oh, nothing's working. Yeah. Every day for hours. I understand that, but I'm scared when I'm using an angle grinder. Like, I'm scared. Which is a good attitude to have towards such a dangerous tool. Stream dual wielding angle grinders. Whatever you're used to. Well, when you get used to the tool, that's when it bites you. But yeah, I don't have a chop saw. Chop saw is the way to cut these things, these beams, and get a nice cut. I don't have a really good way to do this. All I have is this one thing. What direction does it cut in? I think it cuts forward. So all the chips are going to end up here. I think I need to move out a little bit to do that. We'll move out into no man's land. Yeah, a good track saw will get you 90. That's the one where you chop and you can pull it. Sawzall. Sawzall is the tool for if you ever like need something to not be there anymore. Quick. The Sawzall is a delete button. I don't have a battery powered Sawzall. I just have the circular saw. I don't know where I failed in life. All right, I use this thing on frickin' any material. But yeah, I was reading that thread about like table saw accidents, and oh my god, what the body does in shock. Somebody relayed a story about their wife throwing her finger at him. Jokingly. Fucking hell. Or no, you know what? That was a thread. It was a thread where a shark bit off a guy's pinky. That's what it was. The guy was like handling a shark on the edge of the boat, and it was like just like a size of like a medium dog shark. It wasn't even a big shark. And the guy was like, they were trying to like release it from whatever fishing equipment. Like the guy's kid was there and everything. And the shark ended up grabbing the side of his hand and rolling. And the guy was like annoyed that his finger was going. It's like, ah, man, my finger. A shark with a table saw. Ah! Okay, all right. This moves upwards, so all that stuff's gonna get flung. I kind of want to like manage where all the chips are going, but I don't know how to do that. It's just gonna end up like covering everything in chips. That's the problem. I'd get even more depressed if I lost a finger, especially if it's like a pinky finger and you're just like damn it. Be more annoying than anything else. I'm gonna get a piece of like a board just to cover the desk. Or maybe this will help. It's not gonna contain everything, but it'll at least keep me from having to pick aluminum files out of all my stuff. Because last time I did this, I made an incredible mess. So I want to at least just like tape this right here as like a backsplash. And then I can sweep up all the detritus. All of this is going to go in the live stream fails compilation of streamers who have released arterial spray on their channels. One day I'll get on that fail compilation. That's the shmoo that I really want to keep, though. The jankiest thing that I've ever done. Not really, I've done jankier. Right about here. And then I'll move the camera for you guys. You can watch it in thermals, too. This is going to be loud. Probably should put ear stuff on. All right, are you guys ready? I'm ready. How's this angle? This is not a good angle. I think the angle moved a little bit on me. That light is a little bright too. Can't quite see, but I'm just gonna hold it like this and then move this across. No, all right. So just like that, this is gonna be very loud. Here we go, 3, 2, 1, go. Hold on, I gotta make sure that I don't have a good line to follow. That's the problem. Yeah, without the line, getting a right angle on this is gonna be tough. All right, here we go. I did all right. It's still a little bad, but it's not terrible. The molten aluminum. Did it show up on thermals? Thermals have a slow frame rate, so Lil Jank. Yeah, it's always a little jank. You can't get away from Lil Jank. He's my favorite rapper. He's a mumblecore rapper, though, so you don't know what Lil Jank's saying. I mean, he's probably a horrible person because he just does like a bunch of cold medicine in his system. He just mumbles. Actually, is there a rapper called Lil Jank? There probably is. SoundCloud rapper. Zero chips hit the plastic. Listen, it's about having a plan. Yeah, it's almost like I've done it before. Almost like I've done that before. All the chips went onto my seat. Let me get my broom. Yeah, what I've been wanting to make is like a track for that saw so that I can get a good cut. Basically a pull saw, you know, one of those things, but for that specific saw. I mean, obviously, getting a chop saw would be the best thing for me to do, but who can afford that sort of thing? Well, I can. I can literally go to Home Depot and pay cash for one right now. I should do that. I'll do that in the near future. Just go to a store and buy it so that I have something that actually works. I've been looking at like what brand. I'm gonna go with Makita. I think they make pretty decent tools. Craftsman would be all right too. You know, match the color scheme of the drills. Oh my God, I haven't swept here in a while. This is a lot of shit that's coming off of the floors. All right, well, this thing didn't do anything. There are actually metal filings on the desk though, so I think it did do something. I think it did a little bit. Of course, there are metal files left over from all the drilling and stuff that we've done as well, so. Okay, there we go. That's a little better. Bring you guys back over to the desk. I'm gonna have to pee soon. I'm gonna have to take a bio break. One of those selfish streamer bio breaks. My cut is crooked. Well, a machine I am not. And here is evidence. It's boop. My glucose levels. Just that little bit of activity. Actually, the insulin that I gave, I probably should have waited to give insulin because, yeah. Now, the mill would clean this up. I don't know how clean I really need it to be, though. I mean, this is like almost a perfect cut. It's actually very close. It's just a couple spots. Like here, it's up a little bit. If I made Makita's Jumping the Shark into lawn equipment, oh no. Are they gonna make like lawn drones like everybody wants? Yeah, if I made that rail setup that would allow that saw to run flat, that'd be very nice. The rough bits will help it grip. No, this needs to be straight up and down because it's gotta mount to the insides of these. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit of hypoglycemia. This is like, oh, this is all kinds of crooked actually. Yeah, this is all kinds of crooked. I mean, I could clean it up in the milling machine real quick. The milling machine will make that straight up and down because, like, look, that's where the weirdness is. On further inspection, I'm starting to see a lot of unevenness on this. I overcut it a little bit too. That's all right though. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a quick pass with the mill, clean it up. Quick mill pass. You guys will get artistic angles until I get over there. Hold on. There's so many wires over here. Hold on. Just gotta work myself over here. I found my welding helmet, by the way. It's old. It doesn't have, I don't think it has the like speed glass or anything. Old welding helmet. With the Jalopnik sticker on it. The drive shaft, the skull and crossbones, and then I did a little copper taping. Figured I'd bring that back just to show you guys. Put it up here. Ugh. All right, what status are we on? Do not operate. We've tagged out and locked out, huh? Let's put the tag out, lockout over here. Move some of the garbage away. I need to get some of these parts that I'm sort of sitting here away. Especially the camera shouldn't be here anymore. I'm gonna move that. My lights broke over here. Everything is shit in this area of the shop, guys. We need to refurbish this whole area of the shop. It's kind of suffering lately. Bunch of garbage. So at some point we'll do that as a project. If I break down the milling machine, though, I fear that I'll need an engine hoist in order to use it, in order to get the parts away. But we'll just quickly use the XY to clean up the end of that bar. The only problem with that is that the two brackets are a little too small. All right, and this XLR cable, or the HDMI. All right, let's get the camera out of here. When we fix the DRO, I'll be able to finish the camera project. The camera project is waiting for a proper DRO so I can cut out the area of the Logitech camera sensor cleanly. I'll need to treat it with some stuff that'll keep it from being shiny. Oh, I have the handles currently attached. Duh. So that'll go over on the shelf. I'll toss this without hitting buttons. Okay, made it. This would be the alternative bracket that we could use for the load cell. It's a little bit on the thick side, though. I don't think it's really going to work out all that well. Okay, this thing out of here. I don't have lights to put on this right now. So you guys get to watch me machine in the dark. Machining in the dark. Open that up a little bit. Give it a bop on the head. Bop. And that falls out. And we can put on an end mill that's long enough that it's going to reach the whole thing. So I think that's this one. We're basically, oh god, I got a bunch of grease on my hand. Basically going to shave off the end until it's flat. So it'll be a couple horizontal passes, and I'll do it on this side so you guys can see. I got to get the grease off of my hand. Ew. Without getting grease all over something. I don't know where to put the grease. Where can I wipe this? I see places that I can wipe off the end of my hand, but they're all places where I'm going to be mad at myself for doing it. Like, what is this grease doing here? Ugh. Where can I do this? I guess I'll just plop it right there. There we go. Big booger of grease on me. All right, pull this over to this side so that you guys get a little bit of view of what's going on. Oh, you guys couldn't see any of that. There you go. That's a slightly better angle. Oh no. Octoj's banning. Octoj, we were talking earlier about channels on Twitch in the science and technology section that only run 3D printer stuff. And I was like, Octoj could watch that kind of content for hours. But they were more annoyed that those count as science and tech. All right, so there's that in there, down and flat. And then we're just going to square out the end. So what I'll do is I'll do a bunch of passes of this, and I don't need the DRO or anything. I'll just do a bunch of horizontal passes on it, a bunch of Y passes on it, until the end mill is touching everything. We're just side milling it. I got to get my face in the way a little bit because I need to see what's going on. Maybe I can move you guys over here. That and soldering. I wonder if I did like a silent soldering stream, if I'd get super popular. Going through a test pass to see where my first run is going to be. Okay, so we'll be out there. And let's see, the tool's moving this way. Whatever. Let's just go. Pop. Taking very small passes. Remember, when you take a pass at someone, make it very small. Very small passes. Just squaring it up. As it starts removing more material, I'm slowing down because I'm not running coolant right now. This is one of the sharper end mills that I have, and it's coated. Ooh, she's starting to complain. Man, I've had to take this in quite a bit. My cut sucked. It's terrible. We could have measured this better. I should have cut on the other side of the line. And then I could have done this, and then it would have been okay. Such is life. Such is life in projects. You learn all these lessons that you're going to forget next time. I think this will be the last pass after this. Yeah, this will probably be the last one. Because even if that front corner is a little bit funky, we've got enough of a flat pad around the threaded or the center holes that it'll sit flat. Nope, that cut throughout. So yeah, we're good. All right, I hate having to do that. It takes a fucking 9 hours for me to finish a cut like that. But now it is certifiably right angled. Get all the chips out of there. How does that look? Yeah, looks good. All right, cool. All right, let me get back over there and read chat, figure out what you guys have been doing while I've been gone. Octog's been moderating you, so everybody's banned. Every single one of you is banned for being an asshat. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's all the people that are watching my stream. They're all banned. None of them are allowed to actually talk and chat because we banned them. 65 people just sitting here silently. Has a fuckwit ever operated the machine? Almost constantly. Yeah, I've overlaid. We did a little bit of work with the Omnipod to try to make it into the Android auto pancreas system. This thing right here. This is the Omnipod. This is oh, did I get grease all over the Omnipod? Well, this one's invalid anyway. I can't use them. I've got a ton of these fucking things now that I can't really use. Hopefully, I'll talk with Chuck, who's the resident Philly diabetic that I know, and see where I can send these to help the Android APS people program for these. These work a little bit differently from the other version of the Omnipod. So I got the wrong version. But what I was supposed to do during that stream was get this thing talking to my phone and my phone talking to my glucose sensor. And so the three of those are able to function automatically, getting the data from the constant glucose monitor in, and then using that in order to figure out how much insulin needs to be given in the system. And so Chuck, I think it's Chuck. Is this Chuck Cluck or something? That Schluck? I don't know. It's a weird Twitch name. I'll recognize it if I see. He was in here a little bit earlier, or no, he was in the Discord a little earlier. Anyway, his system, he was gloating that he was having a sip of non-diet Baja Blast without even touching his equipment at all, and it was able to completely compensate for the carbohydrate in rush from a sugared soda, which is insane in my mind, because for 26 years, every single food item that I've ever even looked at, I've had to size up in terms of carbohydrate. So the Android APS, which is an app that you have, this is still crooked. This is still fucking, it's still fucking crooked. I must have put it in the vise a little bit crooked. I can look at it right now and just see that all of my anger. Actually, it might not be. But anyway, soda is shit anyway, but I understand what you mean. Yeah. Everybody wants to push a fucking agenda on this channel for some reason. Talking about Rage Against the Machine earlier, and somebody was like, too bad they're not actually, too bad they're a fan of the machine. It's like, no, they're not anti-government. Anyway, yeah, this is still off. It's still weird. Let me just break the edge first. But yeah, anyway, so we were supposed to set up the Android auto pancreas system. Never got around to it. It took us a while to get through some of the documentation, and then we discovered that pump is so new that it doesn't work with the Android APS yet. You know, they'll eventually figure it out. But the change in the pump is that this thing, when you separate this from your phone, it'll run independently. But this one specifically, when you separate this from your phone, this one will actually work with the glucose sensor and alter how it's delivering. It won't just continue on sort of a path. So that's the difference between those, and that means that's like a whole different animal in terms of hacking, hacking it and getting it to run in a particular way. So anyway, I have to downgrade my pump. In the meantime, I've been getting more used to the apps that control this stuff. And so one of the ones that I have is called Xtrip, and Xtrip can work with, hold on, that was a text message. Xtrip can work with something called Night Scout in order to publish these glucose levels to a website. And so now publicly available, I've linked it in the stream projects, and you can log in and you can take a look at the glucose trends of Oh Bother. Unfortunately, the second I hooked it up, I had a really bad management time. I think I came down with like a very minor bug. Okay, we gotta tap these. I'm gonna ignore that this is still crooked. I think it maybe was crooked in the vise. The problem with these extrusion rails is when you put them in a machine vise, these will flex, and so it'll be at a weird angle. So I didn't compensate for anything like that, but I did shave off a little bit of this stuff, and it's a bit cleaner and it's a bit flatter. It's not perfect. Nothing is. Why can't it be? Why can't it be perfect? I will make it perfect. But yeah, so what's gonna happen? I had an entire, maybe your glasses are crooked. That could be it. That could actually be it. I had an entire month of supplies. I'm still on my old pump, and they sent me, I think, 2 months of supplies. And so I've been going through my old pump supplies so that I'd have a huge stock of these things left over. Well, that's the wrong version. So all the ones that I have, I can't really use. So I've contacted my doctor, and the beginning of next month, within the next 2 weeks, how much further do I have to go? I have to go to the 8th. So I have 2.5 weeks still. In 2.5 weeks, my prescription for the other type of pump, the one that I can use, will be able to be attempted to fill, and insurance is going to, you know, balk and complain at it, and then my doctor needs to send another letter. So that's going to be another week. So I probably have 3 weeks until I have hardware in hand for the new stuff. Switching insulin pumps is a kind of a nightmare. Kind of a nightmare. Because it's a 4-year warranty for your typical pump. So if you want to decide to use a different pump, it's like, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. I still have a prescription for supplies for the other pump, but I don't know if my insurance is going to have a baby if I try to fill it. Maybe I should just call my insurance and see what... just actually speak to somebody and be like, hey, the problem is whenever I've done that, when I've spoken to an actual person, they'll tell me one thing and then the insurance company will do another. They'll just do whatever, you know, they don't care. Pop, pop, pop. I don't think OctoJ was here for that whole for that whole spiel. I think I was talking to the wall. And Demi, who's here, and his daughter's just gonna hit a bunch of emotes. Which is perfectly fine. I love it. Love it. I love it. Good thing about 80/20 is that it taps really easily. Like, this is just a pleasure. What I'm doing right now. What I'm doing right now is not just... Yeah, right. She's painting at the moment, so she's busy. All right. This is like butter. Not as fun as tapping plastic, but oh, you are actually here for the whole... Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, but what it means is that I will be on the latest and greatest diabetes management that is open source. Just like voting machines should be. Open source. Painting on it. Yeah. He didn't specify where, so all bets are off. It could be anything at this point. It is funny that, like, earlier today, I had somebody in chat who kept linking all of these mouth emotes, and they kept doing it, and I was like, I really want to tell them to stop, but at the same time, like, Demethil comes into chat and posts just a bunch of inane emotes, and I'm fine with that. So it's like, yeah, all right. I guess he can post a bunch of creepy emotes. That's fine. I like seeing other streamers' emotes too. I do actually like seeing the variety of weirdness that exists on Twitch, because Twitch has a lot of like bubbles, right? There are community like bubbles where we see a lot of the same users. For instance, you know, between myself and Rabaz and even Tomato now, I'm seeing a lot of the same names. But like, people come into the tech streams from pretty much anywhere, right? Because we're not doing gaming, so it's not going to be the same, you know, types of games and types of people. We get people who are interested in this kind of stuff. So that I guess that does kind of give us a community. But then in that, we have all of the different styles and themes and stuff like that of the chats and the emotes and the behaviors and stuff like that. It's very cool. Very cool. It's pretty exciting. I'm excited about the change up in the diabetes care, mainly because it'll also connect to my doctor. Pretty much he'll go to this website and he can get all the information that he needs. So I don't have to worry about even uploading my pump. I set an Alexa reminder. I didn't say her name. Didn't say her name. Sorry. I activated my device by doing that. I set up a reminder on that thing to upload my insulin pump. And because the ones that have screens, for some reason, have all these weird bugs. One of the weird bugs is that the one reminder that's already expired shows up on the device constantly. It's just there. It just keeps showing up. And I'm like, hey, tell me what reminders are set. And it's like, you don't have any reminders set. And then the next screen is like, hey, upload your insulin pump. And I'm like, I did that. Luciferus, hey, thank you. Thank you so much for subbing for 15 months with primes. Holy crap, dude. So we were supposed to be working on Burn the Subs, but I pivoted because I've got a couple little things that I want to do to the steering wheel setup to make it so that we can game this Saturday. That's what I want to do. Friday's stream, either I can find something for us to take apart, which I don't really know what I have for us to take apart anymore, or you know, we'll do something nice and easy. I don't want to get into the hardcore projects on Friday, you know? Friday is like, I'm not going to be able to go late. Damn it. Friday's like a better day for people to be like raiding and stuff. So I want to have a more immediately interesting project on screen. No wall paintings. She's making a painting for her grandma. That's adorable. How's it going? Kevor's Bane. Man, that man knows who he is. He knows he's the bane of somebody named Kevor. Kevro, sorry. Sounds like Remlo. All right, so we're tapping the ends of this thing so I can put 2 bolts in it, and then we'll be able to hang it in the middle. It's probably going to pull in the 2 posts a little bit just because of the dimensions are wrong. My cut was bad, and I should feel bad. I'm so bad at that kind of stuff. You just need to, like, do it more, and then you'll get a better sense of how to cut things, but I'm just so bad at this kind of stuff. Like, when I have a plate that I need to put a bunch of holes in, they're always in the wrong place, and I think part of it is following that click spring methodology of marking and, you know, getting the holes piloted and everything, where you do the tap, you know, the auto tap pilot, and then you go in with one of those, like, what are they, the like countersink things that are like kind of like a thick screw, so you make a nice conical divot, and then from there you drill it. Get all the chips out of the hole. Look at how wonderfully that taps. Oh man, I got all the right tools, but I'm just too dumb to use them properly. This is where Gonad is gonna jump in and say, "That's why I use wood. You can just wang a screw in any location." Shifting not working 100%. Yeah, I didn't figure that one out. I haven't. That's low on the list because for the most part shifting was okay, and the Dewey like swept in on wings. He was like landed, got off of the bird, and he was like, "What if you move reverse to the other one?" And then he flew away, and he was right. There's an issue with the one gear where the van didn't have an issue with it, but in the car, having it pop out of gear wasn't the car's doing. It wasn't doing it. It was actually the controller differentiating between 1 and 2. So we moved reverse to 2. So reverse is now towards me completely, and it worked perfectly. So all that faffing about with the transmission, taking it to Fleetari's and stuff, didn't need to do it. Oh, here come the emotes. It's not a bounced. Well, it is because that signal's inconsistent. There's something wrong with the signal. Maybe I just need to like shore it up a little bit and, you know, play with the numbers just a little in order to get it to come through properly. Because that controller, in terms of the digital signal that's flying back and forth, has a little bit of issue. It's not coming through consistently. That's annoying. It's annoying. I'm excited about the diabetes stuff. I just wish it wasn't such a fucking hassle for me to get the right equipment. You know, I gotta go through this rigmarole for everything. And they want to put me in like training, and they want me to see a particular endocrinologist and blah, 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 blah. I don't need this help. I just need the parts. Yeah, a bit of a learning experience. It's frustrating, though, to have something like that happen. It's frustrating. There's our new bar. It's beautiful. All right, so we also need... God damn it, Timmy. What is this? I wonder if I should use these. These have more reach. Do they? No, they don't. Actually, they have less reach. No, they have the same reach. These have the exact same reach. But am I going to overpower this angle iron? This one's got the supports, which make it much stronger than this. I think I want the one with the problem is the one with the supports I need to use a big washer on, and then the washer gets crushed. It gets destroyed. All right, so let's get our hardware for these things all set up. Looks like I need to remove one of the end brackets because I'm going to be using the 80/20 ones, these guys. So I need one more of those, which I have. It's just buried under everything. It's buried. 1, 2, skip to my loo. 3, 4, however the rest of that thing goes. The little things that we're doing here are also going to improve things quite a bit, because a lot of the issue with the pedals was my discomfort. We were using the far hole, weren't we? Not the near hole. Using the far one, because it's a very slight angle. Very slight angle goes a long way. So one of these in there. And just need the hardware to be inside. And she's done. Okay. That's fun. I think it's cute as hell. All right, let's see. Do we have another one of these big pads? Nah. No, we don't. So just use these two on that, and then I'll put the angle irons in place. And then this we can close up. She wants to send more because she thinks she's talking to you. That's adorable. That's adorable. Oh, yeah, and Tom Thinks is back. Ah! What did I click? What did I click? I could accidentally ban somebody if I drop stuff on the mouse. Yeah, Tom Thinks is resurfaced. He's been doing some stuff. So, let's see what's up there. Speaking of, I said adorable. Thought about Borb. All right, let's get this thing in here. Get this fastener in here. I am banned now. It has come to pass. I am now banned. Nope. There it is. I was very disappointed that these wrenches did not have ball ends on the smaller sizes. I can understand why, but I was in it for the comfort of having a very large T-handle. But with the big T-handle comes a lot of torque. So unfortunately, the ball ends would snap off. Nobody wants their balls to snap off. Where's my other one of those brackets? No! Where is it gone? I'm looking for specific brackets like this because there are little nubs on this one that I've filed off of some of them. So the ones that I filed off, I'm looking for. So that's what I want here, because that'll meet up at the weird angle. Meet me at the weird angle. I love the stuff. I don't see him. I don't see him anywhere. Not here, not there. Where could I be? I know there's another one kicking around here somewhere. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. I know it exists. Like, did I leave it on something? That's odd. Well, we've done a lot of stuff over here, so there's a lot of shuffling that's been going on. Parts walk around and they get lost. Hey, we don't need this anymore. This is garbage. I wonder how strong this is. Okay, not terribly strong. Although this was done with gyroid infill, which is pretty weak, but the one that's in there right now is done solid. Let's go in garbage. All right, we're looking for angles. Angles. My hair's on camera, isn't it? Gotta move all that stuff out of the way. Start digging through a bin. Try to find, here we go. There it is. So yeah, I sanded off the little nubs on this thing. That goes here. With this bolt. And this washer. And this wrench. Oh yeah, that needs to go in a little further. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it does, because it goes... No, because the bar's here. Yeah, those go up against this. Just like that. Hexaman. One of the Mega Man villains. Throws Allen keys. You get Allen key beam from him. Which for some reason hurts the Mole Man more. And then use bubbles on the final boss. Alright, so there's that. That'll be our angled bracket. I think maybe put the bracket on and then we put this on. So let's get the 2 bolts for the ends. Now, I found that one from here. We get another one of those. Another washer. So this goes outward and then gets one of these. And this one, I'm gonna need 2 hex wrenches in order to put this thing. Let me change the angle on this thing. I'll go get my kit of 5,000 hex wrenches. These are the same size, luckily. Oh, that needs a washer on it too. Any old washer will do. Actually, if I could keep it in this hardware, that would be nice. That would be nice. Oh wait, washer on the other side. Yeah. This is all such a pain to get all the right hardware together. I guess that's what I get for building this thing out of garbage, you know? Building it out of just whatever I have left over from old projects that I've broken down. Like the joystick project. This is gonna fall out when it loosens. That's the only problem with these types of fasteners. They loosen up and then they fall out. Because these oblong holes will allow the little cleat to fall through. That's why they're so annoying. As an adjustable piece, because I can adjust the angle a little bit with this, that means that it'll be more prone to either falling out or not connecting properly when I go to adjust it. That's the annoying part of this. Let's screw it in. What's going on here? Yeah, these fasteners will just fall out. Ugh. It really gets me annoyed. Really gets to me. Once we get it in there, though, it'll be good. This one, and I used a silver washer on the other side. Oh, there's one. With large handles comes large torque ability. Yes. Yeah, you're right. You are right. You're right. Nope. Okay, I need one of these things that is small. That'll be this. Just grab that. Goes here. Okay, so now I'm set up to roll around on the ground and get all this stuff fastened in. How about that? Oh, I need 2 for this, and they need to be big. These 2 need to be big ones. I need them to be, like, big, strong. Like, that's pretty strong. I want that with a big, strong washer on it. A big, strong washer. That one's got a nice, big boy washer. I need another washer for this one. And I guess I could just use this, but it's gonna dent like its buddy over there. Some of the washers have dented. I break it yet? Close to breaking it. We did get the brake pedal mounted completely, perfectly nicely, so that'll be able to withstand the force of my foot now without exploding like the other one did, which is good. I'm excited about that. because that now puts pressure on the bracket instead of the bar. Cut the bar. It's a little shorter now. It's going to fit inside of the rails, and then it'll have 4 attachment points on the rails, and that should hold it at an angle and withstand force of foot. Let's get this thing in here. Because we're rolling around on the ground. Oh, my poor fucking knees. Well, maybe I'll squat for a little bit, but eventually my legs are gonna protest. They doth protest after a little while. Oh man, there's like a significant amount of space in there. Oh, that's annoying. So I'm gonna lower it. Let's lower it to here just for now, and we'll try it at this height. And I think what I need to do is actually get these out of here. These fasteners. All right, so let me get these out of here, because those go in second. More than a foot-pound. Force of foot. Just a sigh after the joke. Is it me? Am I to blame for all the puns in this chat? Is it my fault? I guess I am to blame. It's my chat after all. I think the fault lies solely with the streamer on that one. I don't know what I did to encourage it, but I wish I could undo it. That's fine. I'm just being harsh. I'm just being harsh for comedy's sake. That's what I'm doing. You gonna bite in? You gonna bite in? You Joe Byron? Is that Joe Byron? We got glizzies. See this dog in your front yard? You know I'm upstairs. Okay, there's that. I love that video. I love that video. It's so weird and stupid and fun. Sexual puns? We don't get a lot of that, luckily. Weird, thirsty Twitch chat, you know? Oh, you know what? Oh, God. Okay, here's how this is going to work. I'm going to have to move the bracket backwards, put the fastener in there, and then I can scoot it forwards. Luckily, these are the ones that can slide back and forth. They're the only ones that can slide back and forth without the fastener falling out. But yeah, I got to do it this way. I got to do it like this, and this fits in here. And that goes in there. And I got to back it out enough that it's going to cleat in and actually grip. I need to back it out more so that I can slide a bit more. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All just so that I can have mechanical stability on this thing. Is that actually in? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that's in. Cool. That one's tight. Jeez. Did a lot of them back in the day. I know, I still do. That's fine. I still do. It's my fault. I know. And it's just generally our demographic in general is just like that, you know? The sort of, is it the Oregon Trail generation here? I saw something today about a guy who, well, he attempted suicide, but that ruined his eyes, and so he's blind, but he's actually a woodworker. And at the end, he's like, he gives his age, and I'm like, shit, that's my age. I ain't doing shit. This guy's like an accomplished woodworker with like a family, and I'm just like, ah, shit. I don't got nothing on that. Look at that. That's really stable. Hey, this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me. Yeah, that's good. Now our pedals are at a bit of an angle. I may have to lower this down a little bit, which is going to be possibly one of the most annoying adjustments ever. But let's see if we can get this on here. Finally. Now these are at an angle, but they are also Oh my god, look at how far they're fucking protruding. That might not be good. That's uh-oh. I think maybe that was a bit too extreme of an angle. Let me attach one of the fasteners here and you guys can revel in the ridiculousness that I've just accomplished. Wow. This is too much of an angle. way too much of an angle. Uh-oh. I have to re-strategize. This is what we get for... Oh, shit, the fastener just fell off of that. Hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. I'll get it. I'll get it eventually. Ugh, my foot's... Because of this return to normal glucose levels, my foot is now trying to become a hand and do this. And it can't. So I have to sit up and stretch my foot out. Otherwise it'll fold up into a monkey's paw. Just realize your pedals curve the other way. There are the innuendos. Well, it's North American. Why were mine more expensive though? Weird. Yeah, it's like what hemisphere you're on. Toilets flush counterclockwise. I just want to mount this temporarily so that you guys can see what horrible thing I've accomplished here, because it's not great. Oh my god, it's like everything's falling apart. Okay, there we go. That. All right, so small issue here. That's the equator. Yeah. I remember that being like a topic of internet discussion for a little while. That doesn't exactly match the angle of the... This would be if the pedals were like... If I was sitting on top of them. Straight up and down. That's not really going to work out here. That's not quite what I'm looking for. That's like a straight up and down. And all I did was move it slightly. And I don't think I can get them any closer with the setup as it is right now. Strategy. Countersink the screws and attach them from above or in front or that side. Yeah, I could still do this. My other scheme would have made them even worse, because this one gets closer. We can still angle it up a little bit more though. Let's see if we can achieve that. Because this is like comedy right now. It's not going to work out. Pictures of a man-made forest where all the trees are bent the same way. Weird. Did you see that chair that the guy made by bending the tree? North America, made in China, shipped to UPS a lot of 3 different times before it makes What? Yeah, his TurboNad has the British version of these type of pedal. But they were like pennies on the dollar to get them shipped. I don't know why. It was, you know, his specific market, but I spent like $100, $120 on the 3 of these. He spent like US dollar equivalent of maybe $30, maybe 20 on his whole setup, which is ludicrous. Stand up. I can only go in so far because of the angle iron. Now I could swap it to the other angle iron, but okay, there we go. That's max. That's maximum forward according to the bracket. I think I can sneak a little bit more out of this. Hold on. Sneak a little bit more out of this. This isn't exactly the easiest to adjust thing. This is the maximum angle. And I think it's too much. I like barely need it angled backwards for my feet to comfortably fit. Can I get this back? Thank you. I look for more bits, yeah. Put the angle brackets on the back of the bar. No. The back of the bar. But then this needs to go forward of the bar. The angle down here. If I put the angle bracket on the bottom of the bar, and then I put one... I mean, bottom and top of the bar wouldn't give me as much articulation. If I put one on the end of the bar here, and then I can have one coming down off of the bar, and that'll give me a slight angle. So that would be how I'd rearrange it in that way. And then I wouldn't use these brackets, but then the brackets are part of the measurement. So the plates on the end are part of the measurement. Put the pedals on 180 degrees of the crossbar. What? I can't. I don't think I can. Yeah, £1.50 for the Jaguar accelerator. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Let's try this angle and see if it's too much. Yeah, I don't get the what do you call it? I don't have a picture in my head of what you're talking about. So just give me one sec. I think the top and the bottom one were done with the sliding pieces, and I probably should do that because it makes it so much easier to mount and dismount. This will probably still be too much of an angle. Yeah. What the heck? Why is this? What the fuck? Why? Wait a minute. I guess I just needed like a degree or two. This is too extreme. One thing I can do is countersink the bolts in the end. I needed like, because this I changed like 15 degrees. It really was nothing. Same as the ones in my VW. It's crazy. Put it on backwards and see if you get the proper angle. Put it on backwards. Well, no, I don't want it facing down. Why? We already know when it was on here flat, they're too tall. So they're too tall and the angle's weird. I mean, I can drop them down, but they need to basically be like this, which is a little bit off flat. I probably could have done that with spacers, huh? This is too extreme of an angle. I thought 15 degrees is a lot more, but this is approaching like 30. That's all right. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I ain't hear no bell. So if I put the pivot on top and then angle it forward a little bit with that reversed, it's still, I mean, it still will be at the same angle if I opposite everything. I need to countersink the bolts in the end, and then I can pull it a little closer. If I do, I think you're right. If I reverse this and have it hanging off of the hinge and then have the angle behind it, or if I put a flat plate behind it with spacers, that'll push it out just a little bit. I think that'll work. And it'll be more adjustable. I'll just use washers and spacers to push it out. That'll be fine. Okay, yeah. All right. Idea number 2, part 3. Let's get this out of here. Get him out of there. Open the doors. Get him out of there. What do you want from us? We broker some kind of a peace. Peace. No peace. What do you want? Brent Spiner. Okay. Yeah, modification number. We lost track. Final. This one. Sorry, I was quoting Independence Day. Independence Day. Oh wow, look at that thing. Huh. My pedal mount is all weird. It hasn't liked the all the movement that I've subjected it to. Probably should take the pedal mount off of the chair at this point, but yeah, my friends and I in high school used to quote that all the time. And it just kind of stuck. It's one of those things that just kind of stuck. So we need to countersink the side bolts. So I need to find hardware that's going to match up, and then we need to drill. I just use the hand drill to make a countersink for the two ends. We'll just drop this for now. Drop all the pretenses. Then I need this for the end. I have two choices. I can either machine a divot for the button head, which will be less strong, or I can countersink. And I think I'm going to countersink because, remember, we measured the length of this bar with the assumption that these are going to be on there. So I didn't know for like a decade that Brent Spiner was the scientist in Independence Day. I had no idea that that was Commander Data. All right. So we got to find a countersunk metric bolt that's going to fit there. And I have some in here, but I don't think I have 4 of the particular kind. And if my metric kit doesn't get large enough, then I'm going to have to do the button head thing, which I don't want to have to do, but I will if I need to. But yeah, we need this size. So this is like, yeah, it's like M8 or something. Where did the, okay, hold on. The M6. Yeah, that's who it is. That screw fitting on the top is almost horizontal on mine. Yeah, the seat being at a different height means I need to make them at a bit of an angle, and that angle for the gas pedal was 15 degrees. So not the same angle, not the angle that we achieved. We got so close to greatness. We achieved a silly amount of angle, and so it would turn out that if I was sitting in the 30-inch desktop on this stool, that would be a good angle for the pedals to be at. But no, I would like my foot to go against the bottom of the thing and just be at a little bit less of a an angle and have the pedals still articulate in the right direction. Because what was happening is the pedal was here and it was going horizontally back. My foot is going down-ish. So we just need to adjust all that. So it needs to tilt back a little bit and then probably drop down. And that'll get it right. This thing. Oh wow, look at all the damage that did to it. Huh. Oh well. Funny how anodization works. That how mafia work. Nope, not the right size. So we gotta find countersunk bolts that fit this miraculous, weird metric size. Let me get all the big pieces of hardware out of here so I can sift through. That I may sift through this container and find the hardware that I was looking for. Well, stuff will have to go back in when I'm done, but let's find the right thing to do the job that we need it to do. We're gonna be done with this project. The never-ending simulator is what this is. I might have to use the mill for this. I won't have to do that because the VRO doesn't work. I'm like avoiding the mill. Or I could purchase hardware. I could purchase hardware to make it work. But then if I'm barking up the wrong tree again, Lord help me. Nobody's gonna vouch for me. Oh, what are you? You're probably the wrong size. Next stream, fix mill. We need to do that at some point. That's going to be a lot of mechanical work. I need to clear the deck for that. I need to clear the desk and everything. No, that's not the right thing. Everything is like one size too small metric wise. I was making my heels slide for a while till I got the angle closer to being right. Yeah, it's a bunch of tweaking, isn't it? Bunch of little tweaks. So what we need to do is we need to be able to have this plate go right up against the bar that's right there. And so in order to do that, I have two options. One of them is basically take the height of the cap head here and mill a divot into this bracket. And so there's going to be very little aluminum holding that. Don't like that. It's an option. It's not a good option. The other one is to find a countersunk screw, and then I just need to countersink this hole. Much more material there is held on. That's what I'd like to do, but got a particular thread size here that may not share any commonalities with the hardware that I have. So then you buy the hardware and you get it sent as quickly as possible. I know I've got countersunk screws, or had, of that size. Problem being, oh, you guys maybe can't see. Problem being that I think I've used them on stuff. One set was used to mount plates on the top of these things. No, I don't know where the local Fastenal is. Here on the East Coast, things are a little bit different. I can go to Home Depot and see if they happen to have the hardware. That's my best bet in terms of getting stuff immediately. But running errands while streaming, not happening. I need to be self-sufficient when I stream. That's why we don't have a stream on Wednesday. Although I am thinking about starting on Wednesdays again. If I do Wednesdays, that means I'm working the whole fucking week, though. But I do need to stream more. I only do 3 days as of right now. But yeah, one of the reasons that I don't have a Wednesday stream is that if I need to order parts, I usually identify it on Tuesday. And then Wednesday is a day to allow shipping to occur. And then we come back with those parts on Thursday and do stuff. I am not seeing any of those. Not seeing any of those parts. Yeah, Depot is a joke for hardware. Let me just quickly, before I flip over to the computer and we look up the part that I need, let me just do a maps Google. I don't want to dox my location. One L, Fastenal. Fastenal. King of Prussia. What the hell's that? That's an appointment-only fulfillment center over there. For some reason it's identifying my friend's house. What the hell? Fulfillment center, limited hours. Closed. Opens 8 a.m. on Friday. What the fuck? That's like... Where the hell is that? Oh, I'm gonna do a street view. You guys aren't allowed to see this. My friend is actually a Fastenal. Oh god, I like double cameraed it. It's like just like a nondescript building by a road. What the fuck? Have I been here before? Where are we? Some kind of Enterprises building. No, I don't think I've been down the... I should know this area. Oh my god, it's like the most industrial area. What is near here? Do I know this intersection? No, I do not. No, I don't know this area. Oh, come on, I should recognize something. This is like my stomping ground. I should be able to know all these places pretty well. What's that place? Hold on. Looks like somebody's house with a sign on it. Oh, okay. That's a direct. All right, I have no idea. I mean, there's a fulfillment center by me, but other than that, it's like completely unidentifiable. And those are the only locations, so it's an appointment only. And there's literally nowhere else. Okay, I'm gonna close that window so we can go back over here. So I need a countersunk screw. I don't think I have one. There's one more bin that I would like to look through to see if I have it though. Before I jump to doing this. I know it's like, you know, this area isn't quite friendly to the people who build stuff. No, that's not it. That ain't it. Where'd that bin go? Here it is. Do I have any countersunk stuff in here? Nope. Nope. These are all slightly different screws. This bin sort of evolved out of mounting TVs to walls. So it's got a bunch of weird stuff in here. Nah. Nothing. All right, so countersunk hex bolt. Let's go ahead and find it. My best bet's gonna be Amazon in terms of shipping. Even though they're quote unquote 2-day. It's not gonna get here particularly fast. Gaming Print Technologies, rating with a party of Gaming Print Technologies. If that's an error, hello everyone. If that's one person, hi. But it registered as one. All right, let's see here. So, Amazon. And we're doing countersunk M6. One word. Good nobbin. Hey, how's it going? Are there more than one person here? Well, that looks like their bot, and then how's it going? We're looking up hardware. Is it M6 or is it M? Let me measure. M for measure. That's what M means. It means measure. You're a fashioner. Oh, it's M8. Oh no, wait, no, that's M6. Yeah, that's an M6. All right, $12. You son of a bitch. That's spending $12. Come on. Oh, those are unique. Let's see. I said countersunk, didn't I? $8. $8 for a pack of M6x1. 30. I want 30. I guess I'm gonna get 30. Get it tomorrow. M6x1, 30mm flat, countersunk bolts. They're a little long, but that's okay. And I get 25 of them for $9. All right, go to the other window. Go to the other window. Wait, at least I'll have them on hand for what? Like, what else do I need to do with these? Like, man, I'm sure glad I had that on hand. My only options are to get it tomorrow or Thursday. So I guess I'll go tomorrow and I'll place the order. All right. Well, I guess we can kind of leave things there. I've ordered the hardware. I just simply don't have that part. I don't have a good variety of countersunk screws. Actually, okay, where is that? Okay, so I have a kit of countersunk screws. It stops at M6, so I need M8, just because of the sizing of the ends of that thing. We saw 5 point whatever. I tapped it for M8. M6 will not grip. I need this size of bolt. I only have ones with cap heads. I will now have 12, well, 8 left over, but I'll have 12 of the countersunk bolts. It's simply a part I do not have. That happens around here. Sometimes our whole project just breaks. I don't have anything that's going to take up an hour. Nothing that I need to do right now is going to take less than an hour. So I think we're gonna close it up early. I've got a good, it's about 4 hours of streaming. That's a typical stream around here. Man, it was great the other day when I looked at the clock and it was suddenly like late at night. I'd like to do longer streams, but every now and then we just get something that kind of like stops us. So I don't know what my schedule is Friday. If my friends are doing something, I'm going to end up doing something with my friends because I haven't seen them in a month. We've been doing a lot of projects around here that have taken quite a bit of time. If they aren't doing anything, I would like to try to go later tomorrow, and we can just do a variety of different things. We can take apart and test that power supply that I found. Maybe I can dig up some stuff from the storage area that we can look at. There's plenty of stuff, but I would like to do a longer Friday stream. We'll see what other people are doing because I've been kind of bad. I've been a bad friend over the past couple months, canceling on people. So I need to go out into the world and be a good person. So I'm going to do that. But we will return tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat crazy channel. And I'll figure out what we're going to do. We'll get into something. Yeah, there you go. Sweet. I don't think I want to really play with chemicals tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, raise the extrovert quota. My social life is already on life support, so everybody had kids and they disappeared. So, alrighty. I'll see you guys later. I don't think we're gonna raid anybody today, but we'll be back tomorrow and we'll be doing cool stuff. I promise. I promise. Okay, I promise. I promise. What do you guys still? I said I promised. Why are you making it? Wait, stop.